And it says that we're live. Hello, people.
Yo
Uh,
yo.
yeah, it's Salem, and I brought a friend of mine over to talk about something that we really like. Keith.
Heyo.
So tell people who you are.
My name is Keithy or James to some people. I am a artist. I'm currently at university studying concept art. I am a massive dinosaur nerd, which is why I was so excited to come on this stream. But um, but yeah, I draw a lot. I draw a lot of mainly monsters and stuff. So that obviously does end up including things like dragons. And I used to do a lot of dinosaurs. I haven't really done so many recently, but maybe that'll change after this.
Yeah, and if you would like, I can actually. I've got a few images of your dragons and such that I can just share really
Yeah,
quick so
yeah,
people
go
can
for it.
know. Yeah. Okay. 1 second. I was just putting the link on minds.com. Now I'm gonna get to the sharing portion. And forgive me, I can be a bit of a boomer at times.
So good.
Okay. Let's do Brave tab. We'll go with. I think it's this one. Yep, there we go.
Mm,
So yeah,
yes,
yeah. Keith, as you can see, Keith loves his reptilian anatomy.
yes. It's one of my first 3D models I ever did, actually. Um, it's do love me Monster Hunter. Do a lot of that, a lot of Monster Hunter stuff, especially the big three.
Mm.
The Black Dragons, they are my favorites to do because they're just dragons. They're straight up just dragons. There is no fancy like, oh, it's a dragon that's based off a wolf, or oh, it's a dragon that's based off of a squirrel or some shit. It's just, this is a dragon. Have fun. Uh,
Okay, well, Aaron, I can show you. I can show people another image, and then we can
mhm.
move on to the topic that we wanted to
Oh yeah.
discuss.
Hmm.
Let's see here, and I actually have three images, so we can move on to the third some other time throughout the stream, because I
Hmm.
would also like people to. I would also like people to check your stuff out, especially if they're already coming here interested in dinosaurs.
Hmm.
Okay.
I should really do more dinosaur stuff, especially with my background in paleontology. I should really do more stuff to do with dinosaurs in my own time.
Yeah,
Ah,
Yeah, this is the one that of all of them you sent me. I liked this one a lot.
this is he's my favorite of the three. His name's Alatrion. He's
Oh, cool.
he is just super imposing, and I love these giant horns. Yeah, it was really fun to do that piece actually. Playing around with all the fire and shit.
Mm-hmm. Alrighty. Well,
Mm.
now we've introduced you, and
Hmm.
people get to know you a little better. So, yeah, I wanted to talk about just like with Bloodborne. Just wanted to discuss a franchise that is near and dear to my heart because this is like the very first thing I remembered as a kid being obsessed with.
Uh
Um,
huh. Yeah.
because like I loved dinosaurs. I still love dinosaurs.
Oh yeah.
The very first job I ever wanted as a kid was to be a paleontologist.
Yep.
But then I grew older, and then people told me, well, in order to get into paleontology, here's the path to chemistry. And I went, nope.
Mm. Yep.
I can't do chemistry. I'm not a big science guy. I like even with
Yeah.
I've worked with the Department of Natural Resources. I've done a bunch of environmental stuff. I am passionate about all that, the outdoors, the environment, and everything. But I've always
Yeah.
done. I guess you could say like I've always come at it with like the blue collar angle, where it's like I've been doing more hands on stuff, not so much the brains kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, it just when I was kind of hoping paleontology was going to be like, opening up, dinosaur graves pretty much, and finding all these bones and even more so, something I was interested in as a kid was I was fascinated by the fact that scientists were able to like map out what they would think like their organs, their muscle tissue,
Oh
their
yeah.
even their nervous systems, what that would look like given what the skeleton would end
Yes.
up looking like.
Paleoanatomy
Yeah,
is
and yeah,
fucking it's an absolute nightmare, I can tell you. Trying to back when I used to draw a lot of dinosaurs, obviously there's not a lot to go off of. Trying to draw like muscle tissue and stuff is and trying to get that definition down. You have to it's a lot of guesswork based on actual real living creatures like birds and lizards. But it is I
yeah, and
don't
that's
envy
the
the
big
people
that's
who
the
do
big
that as a job. I do not envy the people who have to do that as a job because that must not be easy.
yeah, and that's actually something that we'll talk about definitely in when we get to more so talking Jurassic Park, not just why we got into it. But no, that's I mean that's the reason why a lot of our basic our first renditions of dinosaurs were so what we know now is anatomically incorrect
Oh god, yeah.
because it wasn't just what we thought the flesh would look like the skin would look like on top of the bones. Scientists before, what they were doing was they were creating the anatomy of the organs, the nervous system, everything of the dinosaurs. They were predicting what those were like, basing off the anatomy of reptiles. Whereas nowadays we understand they're more closely related to birds,
Yeah.
and they're also their organs and their anatomy is made up to most likely preserve not preserve power a warm-blooded animal.
Mm.
And that's actually that's actually something that Jurassic Park even mentions too.
Yeah.
Because it's like it was kind of interesting because they even mention it like in the beginning of the movie. It's like maybe not the beginning of the movie. I forgot where I heard this, but it's like it became obvious to me when they're like well look, something like take the Brachiosaurus for example. There was no way something with that long of a neck could survive if it's cold-blooded because
It would
it
have
just
a very hard time. Yeah.
yeah. And it's like when it pointed out when that was pointed out to me, I was like, boy, that just makes it very obvious.
Yeah.
Like it's like holy crap, no, the dinosaurs most likely were warm-blooded.
Yeah.
Um,
Our understanding of dinosaurs especially has changed dramatically in the past 200 years since they were first ever found. I mean, you look back, I don't know if you've ever seen the original artist impressions for the iguanodon.
oh
it,
yeah.
it is the stupidest looking thing, and yet that was the general consensus. That was the scientific consensus at the time, that this is how this thing must have looked based on what we know of lizards and what we know of the skeleton we have here. And it was
I'm looking
completely
it up
wrong.
I'm looking it up right now. We need to share that because
Yeah,
I think that makes our point.
yeah. It just ended up being completely wrong. I believe some of the bones they were using as well just weren't from an iguanodon. They were from a completely different what's it called? Apatosaur?
Oh,
I
a
think
what?
that's
I'm
what it's
sorry.
called. I'm trying to remember the name of the iguanodon group. I think they're called hapasaurs or something. It's been so long since I've had to think about this sort of stuff.
So, and I do have to
Hadrosaur,
apologize,
that's it.
everyone. I know you came here
Yeah.
to listen to us talk about Jurassic Park,
We'll get
but
there. Don't worry.
yeah,
Dinosaurs.
we're gonna get there because we're talking about why we love Jurassic Park so much, and it's because we're dinosaur nerds. Okay.
Yes, it was. There was another hadrosaur skeleton within that pile of iguanodon skeletons, and so they mixed up all the bones and got a horrible Frankenstein of what it was supposed to look like.
Okay, here it
it's
is.
so funny.
So yeah,
It's so funny. It's so fucking stupid looking.
That is. And if everybody knows what a real
Oh, I
iguanodon
love
looks
it.
like, that is not an iguanodon.
Mm,
But I mean, hey, you know what? Given what they knew at the time, this
yeah.
was a good guess.
Yeah, they got the the thumb. They actually did get the thumb right. They got the front bending arms. They just made it too stocky.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have a neck because the original iguanodon skeleton they found didn't have a head, so they just guessed.
Yeah. And that's the thing is like we still are leagues away as to understanding what the dinosaurs looked like.
Oh yeah, 100. I don't think we'll ever know. I don't think we'll ever be able to truly know what they look like.
Yeah, because in the most technical senses, even if you quote unquote settle the science, you never know what's going to come up in the future, what instruments we might come across, what theories might be proposed that just shatters your complete understanding of something. So you know that, and that's I think that's most obvious in like paleontology because I mean we went from dinosaurs have scales to now they were probably covered in mostly feathers.
Yeah, depending on the species, they would have feathers or scales. I mean, the closest we've probably gotten to truly knowing what a dinosaur looked like would be with the mummified Polycanthus that was found about a decade ago.
Yeah, I was actually going to mention that. Yeah.
It was, it still has its scales, its muscle, its organs. They're all still completely intact for the most part. So we have a pretty definitive idea of what that one specific dinosaur would have looked like, which is amazing. It's a miracle.
It's kind of trippy when you think about it.
Yeah. But other ones like the T-Rex and the well, I'd say the Triceratops, but at this point we're not even sure if a Triceratops even existed. But yeah, dinosaurs like that, I don't think we'll ever really know the answer for sure. But
yes, all I can say is I'm most certain, and I hope that me and you are both of the opinion that dinosaurs are not 6,000 years old; they're millions of years old.
They are millions of years old. It's that's just how carbon dating works.
We'll call it fan fiction.
Yeah.
But anyways, we're both dinosaur dorks. We could probably we could probably fill up an entire stream with just going over just dinosaurs without Jurassic Park. But yeah, so anyways, I wanted to be a paleontologist. That was my first that was the first job that I wanted as a kid. And I think that I liked dinosaurs so much because they were just something. It's like there's something very fantastical about them. It's like they're no longer here, and all that we have are echoes of them. All that we have is evidence that they were once here, and they look like creatures of fantasy. Like they don't look like something that would be walking around in your modern day.
The idea that something so huge and so monstrous could have existed at any given point in time is fascinating. And that we have evidence that shows that they even did exist is just crazy, really. Like, I cannot imagine being the first person to discover a dinosaur bone or like a complete skeleton and be like, what the fuck am I looking at? What is this?
Well, some people claim that's where dragons came from.
Yeah, there are quite a few. There are quite a few dinosaurs that were named in that sake, or they were discovered in places where dinosaurs weren't understood, and people named them after dragons.
I do have to say though, the one thing that annoys me about modern day namings of dinosaurs though is that some people are putting their nerdisms into it. I'm not sure how I feel about that.
Yeah, it's getting a bit meta. It's getting a bit too meta for my taste.
Somebody named like a dinosaur like Hargortzia or something like that. It's like, come on, dude.
Yeah. But
no, okay, well,
there's
so as a kid, of course, Land Before Time was amazing, but
I have all of
obviously cartoons.
Yeah.
Jurassic Park brought dinosaurs to life for
Mhm.
and I mean, we had different renditions of dinosaurs before. Like the original King Kong movie had stop
Yeah.
motion dinosaurs.
Land
Um,
Before Time. Not
and
Land
for
Before Time.
that, for that time,
Um,
they probably looked very, very
what
real.
was it called?
Um,
Yeah. Trying to
but
think.
but then Jurassic Park comes
James.
along, and with animatronics and being one of the very first films to experiment with CGI to
CGI.
a more like
Mm.
overbearing depth. I'm not sure how to describe it. Just like when it completely takes over, it
A lot. Yeah.
yeah,
Very
it just
heavily reliant on CGI.
yeah, and it knocked it out of the water. It's like
Mm.
to this day, it's still some of the most convincing CGI I've ever seen in a film. And so yeah, I just as a kid, it's like it was amazing to see it all alive for the first time. So as a kid, I'm not paying attention to the
Mm.
themes and stuff of Jurassic Park. I'm just enjoying the dinosaurs. But as I grew older, it's one of those franchises that I've appreciated and have loved even more because I know there's a lot more to it than just the selling point, which is dinosaurs in the modern day.
Yeah.
And that goes over the themes of like scientific ethics, corporate greed. It's got a lot there, and we'll unpack it.
Yes.
But so yeah,
Yes.
I'm a huge Jurassic Park fan. So
Mm.
I'm going to ask you how you got into it. But first, I'm going to read off some stuff in the chat because it looks like
Yes.
some people have typed in,
I've been peeking as well.
and then I'll and then you're gonna and then I'll let you go over it. So
Yes. Sure.
okay, so it looks like we got a few people. Hey,
Hello,
Megatron
everyone.
or Dayton. Hey, Chronic Omen. Katie's here, and
Yes.
she's babysitting a puppy, so she can't stay long. I understand that. No, yesterday I wanted to go see Belle so bad. I found there's a theater that was finally showing it, and I'm a musical dork, so judge me all you want. But so I wanted to see that, but the thing was I couldn't find a place that would watch my dog along enough, so I had to skip out on it. But I'm trying to figure out a way that I can go see it. But anyways, so yeah, no worries, Katie. I know what's you got to take care of the puppers. And then Omen said, "Do you guys remember Dinotopia?"
I do. I remember Dinotopia.
What was Dinotopia?
I think I'm remembering it right. Let me just double check. Dinotopia.
Because I remember a really funny show that surprisingly is actually it had a lot of adult humor. It had a lot of adult humor in it. I watched it recently, and I was kind of surprised at how much I was kind of like legitimately laughing. It was a show called Dinosaurs, and it was like a sitcom with like.
Yes, I watched that as well. As a kid. Oh god, yeah. No, Dinotopia. I do remember this show. I think it was a very short-lived TV series based on, I believe, some books. And I know I don't remember much of the show, but I know the artist because I studied him in my first year of college because I was doing a thing on I was doing a whole thing about fantastic was it fantastical realism or something. And so his artwork was very key to that because I believe he used to be a paleo artist, so he would draw dinosaurs for publications and stuff based on bones and the research that they'd found. And he took that and created this whole fictional civilization based around dinosaurs in like not modern day, but kind of like Renaissance time.
Okay.
Like kings and queens, they're all like it's really, really cool. I recommend looking at some of his work. I cannot remember the name of the artist though. If I can, James Gurney. That was it. James, if you can find, look up his stuff on that. It's fucking. It's amazing.
I made a note. We'll go ahead and we'll look for his stuff in a little bit.
Yeah, he is great.
Let me just make sure that. So how did you spell his name?
So James and then Gurney.
Okay, we'll come back to that because I would like to see some of the stuff,
Mm.
and then I'll have to see if I remember Dinotopia or not.
Yeah.
um, okay, so Dinotopia was awesome. Chronic says, and then also I can totally believe T-Rex skulls cause people to believe in dragons. Yeah, I mean
Mm.
that's what some people say, but at the same time, I'm also willing to believe that somebody looked at a crocodile and imagined it with wings.
Oh yeah. I mean, there is literally a dinosaur called a Dracorex, which translates to what was it? I think it's Dragon King. Um,
That is an awesome name.
yeah, you said it was a herbivore. It's a tiny pachycephalosaur, so the headbutting ones.
Ah,
But
yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah, I know what you're talking
yeah,
about.
instead of a huge crest on its head, it had spikes instead.
Hmm.
And yeah, so when people first found it, I believe in somewhere in Asia, I can't remember. They believed it to be the skull of a dragon, and then they found the rest of the body, and it was like, oh no, it's a tiny baby dinosaur, little tiny boy. It's
All right,
one of
so
my favorite dinosaurs. It's just so goofy looking.
oh gosh, I guess we're gonna have to go into that later on. We're gonna have to list all our favorite
Oh,
dinosaurs.
oh yeah, oh yeah. I have a list. Do not worry.
I've got one too. Okay, so we'll go back to the question. So we went over how I got into Jurassic Park. How'd you get into Jurassic Park?
Well, I remember watching it as a child. I think because my uncle was just hugely into Jurassic Park. He loves it. He loves the whole franchise. I go to he takes me to the cinema to watch the new ones with him because he's just excited to see dinosaurs on the screen. I'm like, yeah, sure, this is great. It's just fun. It's fun hanging out with him. But that was one of, yeah, same for me, one of the reasons I got into paleontology, because just seeing all that stuff. I was already interested in dinosaurs as a little kid, but seeing all of that just in front of me, making it look so real, was just like, that's it. I need more of this in my life. And I mean, up until I think 4 or 5 years ago now, I was studying paleontology. I was set to go to uni and get a degree in paleontology until I changed right at the last minute to go and do art instead. Um, I've even been a member of the British oh God, I can never say that word. British Paleontological Society for a time.
Yeah, say that 3 times fast.
Oh God, I do not want to. That is an absolute pain to say once. But it has always, yeah, it's always fascinated me. Just dinosaurs, just seeing how they could have been. The fact that they even were is just, it's just crazy to me. And I still try to keep up with new developments. My dad will still send me research papers and stuff that he finds online when like a new dinosaur is discovered. And doubly so because where I grew up is on the Jurassic Coast. So there are fossils everywhere where I live. I could go half an hour down the seafront, and there's a museum for fossils that were found on the beach outside of the museum. I can get on a boat, go to the Isle of Wight, and there's just tons of shit there for you can go fossil hunting with paleontologists. I did that for a day when I was at primary school. I've grown up around that sort of stuff, which has only helped strengthen my interest in just, the study of dinosaurs and prehistoric life. It's all just so fascinating.
Yeah, and that was actually I actually do have to mention something when you brought up the whole seashore and stuff. If anybody is
Mhm.
actually into paleontology, but maybe you can't do like the scientific aspect of it doesn't interest you, or you just wanted to go fossil hunting, whatever. Here's something really easy you can do. Head over to a more so tropical shoreline, but you can do it pretty much on any shoreline, and you do stand a chance of finding something. But the ocean is huge, and it's been pushing stuff that has been laying at the bottom of its bed for millions of years onto the shore. Take a sifter, and I mean, like whenever I have gone to Florida, I've always taken sifters with me and gotten shark teeth.
Yeah.
And you're likely coming across stuff that is millions of years old. So you want to do some basic fossil hunting. Just taking a sifter to the beach is your easiest way to do it. Just if you just want to do it for the fun of it. So you had this element of it though, where it's like you were growing up around the paleontological whereas like for me, I was still interested in it, but I also gained like an interest in like storytelling and narratives, things like that. Like so I started, even though that I had an interest in those specific kind of sciences, I started as I grew older, I just became less and less interested. Like I said, once I was told like, chemistry, chemistry was involved in paleontology, I immediately went over. But no, it's so Jurassic Park started to become more interesting to me because Michael Crichton, the author of the books, he added in themes and ethical questions and stuff that you add into the equation, because everyone's always fascinated by things that are long gone, whether it be cultural or in this case like literal, like biological and stuff.
Yeah,
there's always a bit of a price to pay when you bring it back. And so Crichton was exploring those kind of stuff, and as I grew and began to understand that, I started to become very, very interested in that. And it especially helped since it was attached to something that I still loved as a kid.
Yeah.
And
it's
so later on, I want to say I can't remember what age I was, but it was definitely a teenager. I finally read the books. There was only 2 books, Jurassic Park, then The Lost World. Yes. And they blew me out of the water. And I usually, when I read a book, I usually don't reread it. Jurassic Park is one of the very few books that I've reread more than once. It's that good. But before we get deeper into the book, I was just adding that on because it's like there's more to the franchise than just the movies.
Oh yeah,
and we'll have to talk about the games later on too. But I'm not going to mention the book yet because the first thing I saw was the films, and the films were groundbreaking for their technological senses, but it was also a good story too. So I guess the way that we should begin it is, what do you think of the one that started it all? What do you think of the first film?
I mean, there's not really much to say that hasn't already been said. It is great. It's fantastic, and it holds up. Like we were talking about it before the stream. There are a few bits where the CGI does come across as dated, but they don't bring you out at all. You're still it's still all so real looking at it, and like the obviously iconic scene of the T-Rex breaking out of its containment. Like, was that midway through the film? With the rain coming down, the lightning flashing and illuminating its back, the roar, just everything about that scene is just so captivating, and you just can't. No, that will never not look good. I will stand by that. That scene will always hold up for the rest of time.
Yeah,
it's just so good.
It's just to me, the image that will always stick out in my head when I think Jurassic Park. I know a lot of people think of the ending with the banner coming down, but to me, nothing beats it. Once it hit the T-Rex, she had ripped open the fence, and she takes the first 2 steps. She looks both ways, and then she just lets out that first roar. because today, I mean, that is wallpaper worthy, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And it's also, it just, like you said, the CGI looks so good. It's like, that looks to me, that image right there is probably the one of the most real looking examples of CGI.
Mm.
Like it's like it looks like it's there, but it's really it. But the thing that really helps that is the fact that they also went very very heavy with the animatronics.
Yeah, there's a
So
lot of practical effects in the original Jurassic Park. Um, a lot of more than they probably needed. There's a lot of stuff in that they could have just done with CGI, but they're like, no, we're making it practical, and it pays off because it holds up even more because it is real, it is physically there.
And here's the interesting thing though. You just said, I'm going to push back just a little bit on something you just said when you said they didn't have to make it CGI. I actually think because CGI was still, it had not been used to this big extent yet.
Yeah,
I think that there was probably quite a bit of scenes where they couldn't use CGI. They had to use the animatronic. It's very reversed than it is today, because I think that the reason we keep saying that, like, well, you didn't have to do that, you didn't have to do this. I think it's because today CGI has become the lazy way out.
But I mean, more with, I mean, the CGI that they were using even at the time, even for the time, was impressive.
Oh yeah.
So, like,
I'm just saying, like, it's one of those things where it's like things really have changed quite a bit in a little over 20 years. Where it's like, well, we could make it look better with an animatronic, but let's save some money.
Yeah. But no, it is still a really really good film.
And especially if you're a fan of horror, I mean, that has way better tension in that scene than most horror films today.
Yeah, I have to agree. I don't really watch a lot of horror movies nowadays, purely because they don't scare me.
Most horror movies, I love horror. Most horror movies don't scare anybody nowadays. Just saying.
But yeah, I remember as a kid seeing that T-Rex and wondering, like, are they gonna get eaten? Is it gonna get them? That was very tense. It was suspenseful, and it's good. It's really good.
I have to admit, though, it got spookier as it got older, because this is gonna make me sound like a psychopath. But as a kid, I was rooting for the T-Rex.
Yeah, but I think the creepiest scene, which I think it was in both the first and the second film, they did it again, is when the T-Rex is looking through a window and you just see the eye, and then as it focuses in. That's good. That's good shit. That is,
and it was an animatronic when
it was
the part when the eye, like, it puts the eye up to, like, the flashlight, and the pupil just shrinks. It's like, it looks real because it's actually there.
Because it is real. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh gosh. It is. The amount of time and love they put into it for the animatronic or the CGI to also make it look like a real animal. Like, it's like, it doesn't do anything like, that something that big would be incapable of performing.
Yeah.
And it even mimics a little bit of there are little pieces of that scene where the T-Rex's head will bob or shift really quick. And I don't think they did it as much as what they were describing, but I'm going to have to make a book comparison here. The dinosaurs in the book were not these hulking giants. Like, they didn't have, like, big exaggerated movements.
Yeah.
What they actually moved like was, and Crichton mentions it a few times, they moved, like, really quick and in jagged motions, like a bird walking.
Yeah.
And so I was actually kind of happy to see that, as I grew older. And it's like, I realized, oh, cool, they added in the little head bobbing thing with the T-Rex when he's, like, looking at the car, and, like, those quick movements.
Yeah.
Because like that's something that is mentioned about the T-Rex in the book is like when it's walking, it almost has the head movement like a chicken does.
Hmm.
And it's so it's like Crichton really laid into trying to make them like birds.
Yeah.
And yeah, I love that. That was cool that all these years later looking at that scene again that they maybe it was because they couldn't do it with the animatronic or even the CGI, like maybe the movements were just too quick.
Hmm.
But it was kind of cool that it's like I noticed that hey, it looks like they made an effort there.
Yeah. It's a good thing he did as well, because like knowing now what we know with regards to dinosaurs, especially with regards to T-Rexes and theropods and stuff, is that they would most likely have been fairly bird-like in their movements and the way they walk, the way they run. Their heads would have probably been able to stabilize, because the last thing you want when you're chasing something down is your head shaking all over the place because it's too heavy to balance on your own neck.
Mm-hmm.
Smaller theropods like raptors and carnivores would have been incredibly, like, I don't know if you've ever seen a chicken run at you, but probably like that.
I haven't had a chicken run at me. I've had a turkey run at me though.
Yeah, it's just no motion is ever wasted. It is deliberate movement. It's quick, it's to the point, it's exactly what you need to do, and that's how birds move. It's how most lizards move. So it's not too far-fetched to extend that to dinosaurs. And yeah, it shows in both, apparently, in the book and in the final film, that is something they took into account. Really noticeable with the raptors. The raptors are so bird-like in the films. I don't know if they are described that way in the book as well, but just the jittery little head tilts and the chirping that they make. It's so iconic to them now that I don't think, even if it isn't realistic to how they were, it'd be really hard to get used to that if that wasn't the case,
Well, I'll tell you what. When we get deeper into the book, the raptors are even more horrible in the book than they are in the film. And yeah, it's kind of interesting though, because even Crichton had to admit, like the Velociraptor wasn't really that big.
No, it was not. It was not really all that much bigger than a turkey.
Yeah. But here's the thing, though, is it wouldn't be any less dangerous, because with the anatomy and stuff, what we can guess as to like how many would be in like a pack of them. Yeah, you wouldn't want to be around that.
Yeah, the raptor.
I'm sorry. I guess technically, since dinosaurs are more related to birds, is it called a flock?
It would still be called a pack.
Okay.
Because I believe a flock refers to something that flies.
Okay, I was just being an annoying.
It'd be funny though, like a flock of raptors. That's
no, I want to hear a flock of T-Rexes.
But no, I mean the raptor in Jurassic Park isn't too like far-fetched for that species. Like, I mean, yes, they're not velociraptors, sure, but there were raptors that did grow to be quite big. The Utah raptor probably being the most famous of those, and the Deinonychus were huge, like 6 foot tall raptors. That's not a fun thought. That is a terrifying thought. This giant feathered, sharp-toothed creature that could outrun a car. Just like that's horrifying.
And it's like that sounds like something from a fantasy novel. No, it walked the earth. That's what makes dinosaurs so cool.
They were real, and they were. Oh god, yeah. I just remember talking about it now when I was a kid, and like it was one of those things that just blew your mind when you heard about it. It was like, yeah, there's 6-foot lizard that could run as fast as a car and ate people and could eat people. It's like, whoa, that's terrifying.
Yeah, and
Real.
forgive me if you hear squeaking in the background. That's Copper. She's playing with
That's
her
all good.
toys.
I had a feeling.
But yeah, so with the going off of moving more into the other stuff of the movie. So yeah, we're in agreement that dinosaurs are amazing in Jurassic Park, especially like the animatronics and technical angle.
Yes.
But much like everybody has interest in dinosaurs, and you got to, in order to tell a story, you got to do it from a human perspective.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got some great characters and a story in there.
Oh yeah.
And actually, the way that they actually introduce you to the dinosaurs is threatening the very humanity that it's supposed to, that we're supposed to relate to. Because oh my gosh, like the opening scene in Jurassic Park is
Shooter.
is I mean that's some of the, once again, fantastic tension, and one of my favorite things in any monster movie, keeping it hidden until the time is right.
Yep.
Just getting the little glimpses here and there, and since they're not CGI, it's like it's even more terrifying. It's like all you see is the eye, the scales, just
you get enough to know what is happening, but not enough to know what it looks like.
Yeah, and so then that's where the story begins, and so the story actually begins by the family trying to sue the park.
Yeah,
and it's like, can you blame them? Anyways, so yeah, you're introduced to all the characters, like Dr. Grant, Ian Malcolm, Laura Dern's character. My mind blanked on her character.
I know. I always forget her character's name.
Ellie. Wasn't it Ellie?
That was it.
Yeah. Okay. And yeah, it just a fantastic cast. Good characters. They're very, very different than the book, but I'll get into the book later. I mean, that was also my introduction as a kid to some of these actors too, like Sam Neill and my head blinked. Jeff Goldblum.
I had a feeling that's who you were trying to think of.
That was my first introduction to them. And and then of course we can't forget John Hammond.
Oh yes,
who is a complete 180 to the character in the book, but I keep bringing up the book. I'm sorry.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Oh God. Like, okay. In the book, he is just a greedy CEO, pretty much.
Damn. Yeah, that is.
And then in the movies, he's this wholesome, lovable guy.
I know. I can't imagine being anything else. It's so disappointing to think of him as anything else.
Well, here's something that's interesting, though. Michael Crichton helped with the script and also consulted in the movie. So
yeah, I know that much.
Crichton did give his blessing on a bunch of this.
Yeah.
But anyway, so it's interesting to watch it nowadays too, because the characters they seem to fit into their roles very, very easily. And I mean, like their roles as like what their occupation was. Because it's like you can like all the language that they use, the mannerisms they use, how they talk to other people who are unfamiliar with the fields they come from. It sounds like real professionals who are trying to talk to other people who are not from their field. And what's interesting is you get a mix of people who are like, just like, oh, you're interested in this? I'll tell you about it. Or like in Ian Malcolm's case, he kind of talks down to some people sometimes. If they're not familiar with chaos theory, unless you're Laura Dern, then he's gonna hit on her when Grant is clearly going out with her.
Yeah.
Oh gosh. It was also another thing is creeps me out more than the dinosaurs growing up is Jeff Goldblum's laugh in the very beginning.
Yeah. It's such a weird laugh. He hammed that performance up, but it just works.
What's weird though? Out of all the characters from the book, he actually nails the character from the book probably the best.
Oh, brilliant. Oh my god. He's just your typical eccentric scientist dude. Like he's just He thinks he's better than you, and by God, he probably is.
He's also, oh gosh, Marvel really ruined this for me. The Marvel films, they really ruined this for me, and everybody tried to copy it. And I really hate it now because all films are filled with this. But the snarky one-liners and stuff.
Oh,
but his is so natural.
Yeah, it's very it's in character, and it
yeah, like
works.
when they find him after being bashed up by the T-Rex. Remember what's the first thing he says to them?
I can't remember.
Remind me to thank John for a good weekend.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's good. It's good shit. It is just, and they've set the characters that have, passed into pop culture. Like
oh yeah,
everyone knows Dr. Ian Malcolm.
Grant and Dr. Ian Malcolm. Yep.
Yeah, even if you can't put a face, like you can't put Jeff Goldblum's face to Dr. Ian Malcolm, you know the quotes. Fucking. As obviously, the sign you spent so long wondering if you could that you never stopped to think whether you should. Like that is just divorced itself from Jurassic Park now, and that's just out there. Everyone knows that quote, regardless of whether you know that film. It's a good quote.
You even knew what you had, you patented it, you packaged it, and now you slap it on your lunchbox, and now you're selling it. You're selling it.
Yeah, it's just such a good quote, and it sums up. I mean, what a fantastic way to sum up your entire your entire movie's message in like one fucking sentence.
Yeah, and you know what's awesome too?
It's
like I
so
mentioned,
good.
it's not just about scientific ethics. It's also about some corporate greed.
Yeah,
and that sums up both of the angles that Jurassic Park what the message is.
Yeah, exactly.
It's so yeah, Ian Malcolm has become. As a kid, I loved Dr. Grant, and I still like Dr. Grant. But I think as I'm getting, as an adult, and as I even age more and more, I'm finding Ian Malcolm to be much more relatable.
Well, he's the realist, isn't he? Dr. Grant is everyone's inner child of, oh my God, that's a fucking dinosaur. It's a real fucking dinosaur. And then Dr. Ian Malcolm is the adult of like, this is probably a terrible idea.
Yeah.
This is probably bad.
That's funny too, cool. Because I don't want to. Yeah, I hate the new films, but I will say though, from that awful one that just came out, and we'll get to these briefly later on. But even for the best part of that was to me was Ian Malcolm, his little cameo, because it's like I forgot what the wording was, but it's like essentially like, so are you saying that we should ignore them? It's like, I'm suggesting that we just let them die, sir.
Yeah.
Like this is like Ian Malcolm's like his number one chance. It's like, yeah, can we just put a lid on this?
Yeah. He's consistent.
Go ahead. Were you trying to say something?
No, I was to say he's consistent.
Yeah, exactly.
never gets off the horse of dinosaurs should have stayed dead.
Yeah. Oh gosh, it just such a So the characters are fantastic, and we mentioned Hammond. We mentioned oh gosh, so the antagonist of the movie is also a really good character, even though that he's a basic greedy guy. He's a little more interesting because it's like since he's got all the know-hows, it's very fascinating to see the one guy that can slither through the entire park is not the guy that you can trust.
Yeah.
And Dennis Nedry, that's his name.
That was his name. Yeah, I always forget.
And he and what's funny too is like he's also like got a bit of a comedic personality. So even though he's an asshole, it's like he's not somebody that you can hate or I mean, once he has done it, you see him as somebody who's done it. But if you're not aware of his intentions as not an audience member, but as another character, you're probably not expecting him to just completely betray you. You're probably just expecting that he's just a disgruntled employee.
Yeah, exactly. He's fun to watch on screen. He's the last person you'd expect.
Mm-hmm. Especially since you gave him it's like you essentially gave the entire keys to the park to this guy. But might show a bit of the side of Hammond's and incompetence.
Yeah, I think that was that's how I took it. That was the point, was to show that Hammond was so focused on the joy and wonder of it all that he didn't focus on what he needed to focus on.
He was also very wholesome with like the people he disagrees with, though, because what did he say to Dennis Nedry? It's a good line. It's like, I don't blame people for their mistakes. And then I think he said like, I expect that they correct them or something like that.
Yeah.
It's like, man, he really just tried to see the good in everything.
Which sums up his entire character in that film, is that it's just like, isn't this wonderful? Isn't this lovely? Sir, people are dying. Yes, but isn't it lovely?
When we have control. Oh gosh. So the story, obviously, and everybody is probably familiar with it. They this company named Engine, they gained the DNA from dinosaurs from mosquitoes from millions of years ago. And so they start cloning them by completing the DNA code with frogs. And so they start making these dinosaurs, and they figure, well, we're going to make a theme park out of it. And so the thing is, though, it's like, since they had that attack, they're dealing with a lawsuit. They need to put people's minds at ease that the park is not dangerous. So that's why they've invited these experts to come and give their professional opinions. Yeah. And then, of course, Dennis Nedry, he is going to leak the genetic codes to corporate competitors. And thus he shuts down the park so he can slip through his defenses. And now, since all of the park's power is down, everybody has to find a way to get off the island. And so they that's the basic synopsis of the story. Yeah. And but during that, everybody has to come to the questions like, was this an ethical thing to do? And the thing is, it's easy to come to the answer to that, considering that everybody's dying all around them. And so I mean, and I think that it's still, I think that the message of Jurassic Park, just because you can do this with science doesn't mean you should. Yeah, that's gonna be around forever. Yeah, I think, because especially nowadays, in the medical field and this neurological field and stuff, like people are even talking about uploading your consciousness to computers and such. I don't have all the answers. I got some opinions, but it's like I don't have any answers for if these things are objectively good or not. But it's like, I think that we should not be too eager to see if we can. Yeah. I think that definitely we should be exploring the possibilities of the outcomes first. And I think that's obviously what Jurassic Park shows, is that yes, it'd be wondrous to revisit the past. It'd be wondrous to see things that that we can only dream of seeing. But maybe some things should only remain dreams, because reality is sometimes not congruent with what you envision it to be.
Reality is often disappointing.
Especially if you're dead.
Yeah, it is something that is becoming more and more prevalent and more and more of an important topic point as time goes on. Hilariously, specifically referring to dinosaurs, because god damn it, why do we keep teetering on the edge of that shit?
Well, you heard about the T-Rex embryo they made with the chicken, right?
Yes, that's what I'm referring to. Where was it? I think it was in Japan. I think it was a Japanese scientist group were able to reverse engineer parts of a T-Rex. Well,
Japan, I got an issue here, because Japan, not only have you seen Jurassic Park, you've made a lot of anime.
Yes.
You know about all the freaky shit that can happen, okay?
Yeah, they
And why also Japan, why do you need to bring back dinosaurs? Japan has some really freaky stuff coming out of its oceans, like the frilled shark. It's like, Japan, you want some living fossils, you just got to take a dive.
Yeah, they were. Yeah. Uh, Obviously they engineered them all to die instantly, but they were they managed to get, what was it? They got the jaw. They got the jaw to change, and it grew teeth. They got rid of the feathers on their hands and made it feathers on the wings and made it grow two claws. And they changed the foot shape to match a theropod with a slightly developed tail. So
And
it
not,
was getting there.
what's gonna sound horrible. Even
What?
though they just said like I'm very very like we should be careful about a bunch of stuff
Mm.
because we're so curious. I'm even sitting here like so what's it look like when it hatches?
Oh, it was. They shared pictures of the skeleton. Um,
Yeah, but I'm saying like even despite everything
yeah,
I've said, it's like there's that little bit of the kid in me. It's like, but I want my dinosaur park.
yeah. It is. It's weird. It's so weird. I mean, it's a huge step, which I think was another thing to take away from Jurassic Park was that the technology that they were using in that fictional reality and the technology that we are now currently developing is amazing and has the potential for so much. But should we do it? Even like it's not even just about bringing dinosaurs back. Should we get
Yes,
to that
there's
point?
I think that especially nowadays we should
Mm.
all be it's like somebody somewhere in some lab looked at something and went, what if I took off all of the what if I made this virus very very transmissible?
Mm. But like we can isolate the genes within humans that would allow us to regenerate certain parts of our bodies that we really struggle to do nowadays.
Well,
But
Spider-Man went into that with the lizard.
yeah, exactly. But
How come it's always the lizards that are showing us, hey, maybe science has gone too far.
they're just better than us. Lizards are just better than us. Like they can do so much shit that we can't. It's fucking brilliant. But
I find it funny,
yeah,
like the lizard from Spider-Man, Jurassic Park.
yeah,
It's like everything that is warning us that science has gone too far.
it's
It's always
it
reptilian.
always comes back to lizards. They are, yeah, they're weird. Lizards are weird, but that's a whole different conversation. But yeah, it is. We are. Hello. It's my stream now. What happened? What happened? Oh no. Oh dear. I think Sailor
Sorry
Moon's
about
turn.
that. My
Hello.
Pepper wanted attention, so she unplugged my mic.
I. Oh dear. All right. Well,
Oh,
you're
hello?
back. Welcome back. Hello. I can hear
Hello?
you. Hello. I can hear you. Oh no.
Keith, hello?
Hello. Hi. Uh,
Hello, Keith?
I can hear you, but you can't hear me. Oh fuck. Ah no. You guys.
1 second.
Everyone
Hello,
else
Keith.
can... Hello.
All right, sorry, guys.
There we go.
My dog got mad that I was not giving her attention, so she unplugged my
Foolish dog.
yeah, she
I could...
unplugged my mic. This
Oh no.
she cracks me up so much
Yeah.
because she has learned when I'm looking at my phone, I'm not paying attention to her. So there was a time she walked up to me and looked up from my phone, and with just one swipe of her paw, she knocked my phone out of my hand.
Knocks it out, yeah. Fucking brilliant.
And she looked right at me as
Oh my
she
God.
did it. It's like, you can tell me
Wow.
dogs aren't that smart. No, I think that she
She
at
knows
least
what she's
knows. But I've
doing.
got that object in my hand. She is not being paid attention to.
Oh
so.
yeah, they're smart enough for that. 100.
Yeah.
100%.
So, anyways,
yeah.
I'm sorry about that, guys. Actually happened in my last gaming stream too.
Yeah,
So I think she's
was
gonna start
there.
to grow some
Yeah.
resentment when she sees this mic.
Oh no.
But
yeah,
I forgot what we were talking about. I'm sorry.
we were talking about the whole genetic engineering and stuff, but we were basically at the end of it. It was just like, yeah, like we are reaching that point in real life of just
Yeah.
genetic engineering is
and
is
that's
amazing, but should we keep going?
And it's especially, I find that more prevalent in some aspects of virology and stuff. Not just talking about COVID, just in general. It's like, it's like, yes, let's take these diseases and completely take away all the things that make it so that we can't contract them.
Yeah.
I've heard their arguments as to, why scientists do that, because like they're trying to study like even some of our like resistances and our immunities and stuff like that. In order to study that, you need to have something that can, be able to attack it.
Yeah.
But still, it's just
yeah. I did some work in a pharmaceutical company where I did actually get to go around and they explained all the shit they were doing to me. It is fascinating to see how it all works.
Yeah.
And it is also fucking terrifying knowing that all that stuff is just there and all it takes is one mistake and oh god, now smallpox is back.
Oh yes, like the place that I work at. I'm not going to give away where I work, but the place that I do work at, they have a bunch of that stuff too, and it's like some of the stuff that I've been told, like oh yeah, we just casually keep this refrigerator over there.
It's just there.
I'm like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
And then then this one kind of got me. They're like, yeah, the bubonic plague is kept here, and I'm like, what? And he's like, well, you don't have to worry about it nowadays. It practically doesn't hit you anymore. It's like, it still doesn't sound right.
Yeah, I know. It's such a weird thing to think about that we just have it on call.
Yeah.
But
yeah. So scientific. The aspect of science going too far. That's
a big part of
probably
Jurassic
the
Park.
biggest theme of Jurassic Park. But another one too is definitely the greed angle, the corporate angle. That's a little more prevalent in the book, just because John Hammond in the book encompasses that mostly.
Yeah.
Whereas in the movie, that's definitely not his aim. His aim isn't to just print money.
No, they kind of moved that more towards the to the people outside of InGen.
And, the competitors, but also the you got a couple of scientists in the book. You've got the lawyer is definitely. I think that the lawyer kind of absorbs a lot of what John Hammond was supposed to represent.
Yeah.
From the book and into the movie.
Yeah.
And I don't feel bad. I just remember him as the lawyer.
I don't remember his name either. Don't worry about it.
He's just T-Rex food. That's
it gets eaten. That's all that matters.
In 48 hours, I will be accepting your apology.
Yeah.
Nope.
Just needs to get eaten. But yeah, it's definitely an angle they took more with the new films, but obviously we'll touch on those later.
Yeah. Oh gosh, but here's the problem though. I don't mind that message. I think it's a good message because I'm not going to make it a big secret. I'm not a fan of big corporations, but
no.
The thing is, there's also a way to tell it, and yeah, the new films, it's like it comes across like some 18-year-old made their college essay. It's like, here are the evils of this. It's like, oh geez.
I liked it with regards to the head of the park in Jurassic World, where it was just he was like, I just want to make this park successful and fun without caring about I don't care. Just make it big, make it scary.
With great power comes great responsibility.
Yeah, but
and it's like responsibility went right out the window.
Yeah, but then there was the military angle, which, while realistic, was a bit.
Yeah, I'll get to that later because that one had me tearing my hair out.
Yeah, I wasn't for that either. It was a bit weird, but yeah.
Here, 1 second. I gotta open this door so that she can go outside. 1 second.
Let Copper out, yeah. Hello, it is me. It is just me.
All right, sorry about that. Yeah, I live in one of the coldest places in the United States, so
The dog.
I gotta, even though that I got a dog door, I have to keep it closed to keep the cold out.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Yes.
But the more corporate angle, you know what actually comes out more prevalently, and we'll get to this film in a couple of minutes, is The Lost World.
The second one, yeah.
Yeah, even in the book, like the first book is mostly about the scientific angle, but then it has a very, very strong emphasis on the corporate greed angle.
Yeah.
I think the second book and the film, they kind of go more to just, it's like, okay, we've already explored the elements of the ethics of, of science. Now let's move on to we'll now shine the spotlight on the corporate greed angle.
Yeah.
I
have to say, the second film is the one I remember the least, except for beating the raptor with gymnastics, and then the T-Rex in the suburbs. Those are the two things I remember from that film.
T-Rex, to me, the T-Rex was the hero because he was destroying San Francisco.
Yeah, but I can't remember much else of that film. I'll be honest. Unfortunately,
well, we'll get to that because I remember a lot more of it because we got a full film and book starring Ian Malcolm, which
yeah. And
the
saving the baby T-Rex bit with when they're in the trailer. I remember that. Part. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so the way that the movie with the greed angle, it's obviously done in Nedry and stuff, but that's the funny thing though. It's like there seems to be a little bit of a resolution to the ethical question because it's answered the moment that the T-Rex escapes from the paddock.
Yeah.
Whereas the greed angle, it's like it kind of feels like all the characters who are who have the greedy element to them, they all end up kind of dying.
Yeah.
So there's not much of a resolution. Like there's not like a there's no like final exploration of it. It's more so done, I think, in the book, but it's there. It's just I do have to. It's maybe a minor criticism I have of the film all these years later is that it seems that it kind of gets dropped somewhere.
Yeah.
And that I would actually, I would have liked it if maybe they had come to a resolution with some of these characters instead of them all just dying before they get to see like all the negative. I mean, they can see some of the negative impact, but I think that's more tied to like the ethics than it is the greed element.
Yeah, that's fair.
So yeah, so it's also interesting because even before, like, you get your introduction to the dinosaurs. You get that opening scene with that iconic line, "Welcome to Jurassic Park."
Welcome to Jurassic Park.
Oh gosh. But there's a good chunk of the movie where there are no dinosaurs. It's just the characters, and it speaks volumes that these themes and characters are so strong that you don't really mind. Yeah. Maybe as a kid it killed me, but as an adult, it's like I'm invested in what they're saying. I'm interested in what they're talking about and what they're doing. And I think that speaks volumes to probably. I mean, we've already gone over this, but it's like these themes and commentaries are still prevalent today.
Yeah, and they're very well written as well within that. Like, even obviously nowadays, that's all. This stuff is less science fiction, more science fact. But back then, watching that film, obviously you knew, like, at that time, oh, that stuff's not real. This can't happen. But you believed it. Like,
yeah,
they sold it to you. They sold that this was something that could exist, and that was great.
And that's the thing too. This comes from the strengths of Michael Crichton having an interest in the sciences.
Yeah.
Because even though that it is, science fiction, within the explanation given,
it's enough.
And the thing is, it's like essentially, it's like Crichton took all the science that he knew at the time, and he said, okay, this can't work, but what if it did? And
Yeah.
it's like all the components there are real components. Nothing is like, like it's like he can't, like if you look at the science at the time, it's like you can't look at that and go like, well, that's made up. It's like, no. That study exists, or like, or this theory exists. There's nothing that was, just dismissed, or like, just, he just kind of conjured up in the from his mind.
Yeah.
And I think that that's what helps sell it quite a bit nowadays, because a lot of science fiction today is very, very, well, how does it work? And then essentially the answer is magic.
Yeah. Yeah. That is my biggest gripe with a lot of science fiction films that try to be more grounded. Obviously, coming from a science background, I watch these things and I'm like, that's just not how it works. That's just not how it works.
Yeah, and it's like, and then, because I hear a lot of people saying, like, well, if you're looking for realism, why do you watch Star Wars? It's like, Star Wars is a fantasy.
Yeah. It's just, you got
completely
space
different
magic.
Animal.
Space magic. It's got space magic in it. That's what I'm here for. I'm here for the Space Jedi.
Yeah.
For the wizards.
But yeah, so here, let's look at some of these comments. Let's look at some of these comments, then we can continue dorking out. Yes. I find that I'm having fun because we're dorking about everything. Because it seems like I did not know that you were as interested in some of this other stuff as I was. So it's fun that that we're just...
Don't forget, I was doing before I did art. Like I said, I was studying to do paleontology, and that obviously required me to do 4 sciences at an A-level degree.
Yeah,
that which was absolute torture. Don't do that. Anyone in Britain who's thinking of going to do A-levels, please don't do that. But but this is all stuff I'm passionate about in my own time. So getting to talk about it, especially in reference to a film that I love, is even better.
All right, so I'm gonna carry off from the last comment. So hey Slim, I see that you're here. He says motherfucking T-Rex indeed.
No, yeah.
She is no. The T-Rex.
What was her name?
We have a really bad problem in fiction nowadays. These quote unquote strong female characters are not. They're
the original strong female.
Yes,
character.
This is how you do a strong female character.
What's that? Is it Sue? I think no. That's the
no. That's the name of the dinosaur in the Field Museum in Chicago.
That's the real. It's the real life one.
At the time.
What was her name?
It was the most complete Tyrannosaurus Rex skeleton.
Yeah.
However, that got replaced by a dinosaur named Jane, which you can find in the Rockford Natural History Museum called the Burpee Museum.
Yeah.
I have been to that one, and I recommend that one. Jane is a teenage. Whereas Sue was a mature T-Rex, Jane was a like a teenager T-Rex. She was estimated to be, I think, 11 years old. And it's really cool to see because it's clearly a Tyrannosaurus, but since it's so young, it looks so sleek and agile. It is a really, really cool skeleton. If anybody could get to Rockford, which is about 2 hours west of Chicago, and go to the Burpee Museum, I really recommend it. It is really cool to see Jane. Okay, so the closest thing I have is the Ohio River dude. I think that was in respect to when I was saying try to get to a tropical coastline.
Get to the coastline.
Well, even in rivers, you're not going to find things that are millions of years old, most likely. But you never do know what you can find because water can make the most interesting things travel.
River fossils are a thing that exists. They tend to be fairly young. So like,
and I'm also what I've come to learn is as much as I am a lover of the forest and such, like I'm very much an outdoors kind of guy. If I'm not next to a mountain, then the next thing that is required for me is I got to be next to a huge body of water or a river. I don't know what it is about me, but it's like I'm always called to the water. So so it's like I moved to a place where it's like I get mountains, forests, and I live next to the largest freshwater lake in the Western Hemisphere. So I'm living in paradise.
Also, I found the name of the T-Rex from Jurassic Park in the screenplay for the film.
Oh, okay.
She's called Roberta.
That's fitting. I like that.
Yeah, I quite like that. Yeah.
Here, give me 1 second.
Oh, it's gone. Hello again.
Okay, I'm really sorry about that. I just my copper was looking at me. She was looking very sad, so I grabbed her a treat.
Fair.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, don't bring back ancient giant monsters from millions of years ago. Kind of a no-brainer.
Yeah.
I mean, as a kid, I definitely didn't think so, but I think now, you know, I mean, let's even put the Jurassic Park films aside because they are fiction. So it's like, you know, we would be asking different questions if we were, you know, bringing them back because most likely they would not be as deadly or devastating on like a maybe in an enclosed area that, you know, situation they would be dangerous, but they would be like any other animal around today. But the thing is, you know, we still need to ask just because we can, should we?
Yeah.
And we also there's other responsibilities and such to bring them back because okay, so you bring the dinosaur back. You're bringing back an animal whose respiratory system was made to breathe air that is almost a completely different chemical, or I'm sorry, not chemical, well, a different composition than it was today.
You physically,
yeah. So essentially, you could bring an animal to
couldn't.
life, but here's the thing: it's just like cloning that sheep. It's not going to last very long, most likely.
No. But
so it's like, are you really going to bring back an animal just to make it suffer? That's where mine starts to go.
Yeah, and you like. I think a lot as well when people think about bringing an animal back from extinction, they think about literally just like getting like if you were to get a time machine, put it in the time machine and bring it back to the present with you. That's not how it would work if you're going to go the genetic engineering route, because you just can't go that far back through the gene pool. It and if you did, you're gonna be there for fucking centuries, because you're gonna have to go generation by generation, slowly making adjustments just so that like you don't have a chicken that one day plops out a fucking egg the size of itself. Like you can't. It wouldn't work that way. And even still, it would have parts of a modern day chicken in it, meaning that it would be a completely different creature. It would not be a dinosaur. It would be something else.
That is something that, you know, that's the whole reason why the park evolves and it's able to create you know, the dinosaurs are able to breed, is because the frog components of the DNA, you know, that the species of frog used conveniently when they're in the same sex environment, they change sexes so that they can continue the species.
It's something as well that that they bring up in the Jurassic World, the first Jurassic World film. They bring up the fact that these dinosaurs aren't genetically accurate. You just wanted something that looked like a dinosaur. I gave you something that looked like a dinosaur.
Actually, that was actually
was it the second
Fallen Kingdom? Yeah, because it was Henry Wu who said that.
It was, yes.
Which, by the way, Henry Wu. Spoilers for the book. Henry Wu dies in the first book.
Oof.
And here's the other thing too. Why did you make like a side character the main evil villain? This makes no sense. Oh God, I hate the fact that they did that, because in the book, Henry Wu is I really like Henry Wu in the book. He's cool.
Yeah.
He's not just a side character too. He's, you know, he's a little more involved. He's actually also like canon fodder. Like he's just like, you know, as soon as he dies in the book, John Hammond's like, oh, we can replace him.
Yeah.
You know, it's like holy shit. Now, some people claim that, you know, it might be a little bit of a commentary on racism, given that, you know, John and Henry are obviously not the same skin tone, but
Hmm.
I'm not sure if it's that. It could be. I would have to actually read it again and look more into it. So if that's the case, then you got another theme that is in the original Jurassic Park novel. But
I mean,
I
it's
don't
something.
know because John Hammond in the book, he is literally just a Monopoly man, pretty much.
Yeah, I was gonna say one way or another.
Yeah.
Whether it's got anything to do with race or not, it's still something that can fall under the whole corporate corporate chagrin of that film of the book rather.
Yeah, and it's just
because
it's interesting because I've actually heard a few arguments that are actually have intrigued me. So I do. I mean, I'm not going to complain to read. It's the same thing with like rereading Dracula or Jaws or or Jurassic Park. It's like there's some books, even though I hardly ever reread a book because there's just so many books out there. I want to read new, more and more books.
New stuff. Yeah,
there are some books where it's like I always enjoy reading more. So I'm going to check that out definitely because it's like I'm actually interested to see if there's another theme to explore in Jurassic Park.
Yeah.
That one, however, would be exclusive to the novel, I think.
Yeah.
So, anyways, gosh, now I'm sidetracked as to where we were going. Oh yeah, I was reading the comments. Okay, once you cross one red line, you may as well cross all of them. To some extent, I agree. However, to other extents, I guess I'm more situational.
I think that's more Chronic talking about like the logic behind the logic behind breaking ethics in science of just you've crossed that line, you might as well just keep going. You just might as well.
Chronic made a comment in the Pathologic stream that I didn't agree with at all because I was kind of sitting there like I was kind of sitting there, and granted, I was having a couple of drinks and stuff, so I didn't make my case very clear. But I'm one of those people that's like, well, would you sacrifice, one person?
I remember that one. Yeah.
And I was like, nah, I respect the individual's rights. It's like if 1,000 of you are gonna die, and it's like, well, you gotta kill this one person to save them all. It's like, no, we're gonna let that person decide, what they want to do. That's BS that they don't get no say.
Yeah. But
going on though. I think the problem with this sort of science is, well, if we don't do it, what if XYZ country do instead? Yeah, that's actually that's I don't remember if it was mentioned in the book. I don't think it was mentioned in the film. But I think that from a corporate angle, they kind of addressed that too, because there were other countries that were interested in this in the scientific breakthrough.
Yeah, and it's also brought up in the first Jurassic Park film as well with Nedry and who he's selling to. But that's a very that is a line of thinking that was very, very prevalent in the late 20th century, though, wasn't it? Like that, like what if we got hell. Think about all the scientific advancement that was brought on by I want to do this thing before the other people do the thing. Like the space race, fucking, just like the space race is the biggest example of that shit. Just like a huge technological leap. Like we just got planes working. Let's go to the fucking moon.
Yeah, in less than 100 years after inventing airplanes, we got to the moon.
Let's go to the fucking moon because I want to do it before the fucking Russian man does it, right?
Here's the thing, though. Here's the funny thing, though. So for the space race, it's like Russia first satellite, Russia first man in space, Russia first successful rockets, Russia first one to go around the moon, and the United States went, you know what? Fuck it, first man on the moon.
Straight to getting on the moon,
like heart to the dagger to the heart right there.
Yeah,
and it's like and then nothing's more insulting than, hey, guess what? We put our flag on the moon.
Yeah,
it's like
all anyone remembers anymore. It's all anyone remembers now. No one remembers old Sputnik 1, 2. It's just no. But
that's the funny thing. It's like that. I find that just very humorous. It's like
yeah,
it's
funny.
Like it's funny because it's like because we can't sneeze at what the Russians did for, regarding space technology. I just find it funny that's like it's kind of like for all those years Russia had the right to go yeah,
yeah,
and then it's like we put the guy in the moon, then Russians immediately just crickets.
Yeah, but no,
It's
it is definitely something that does drive scientific advancement. Is the fear of not being the first person to do it.
mhm.
It's become less and less so over time, as obviously scientific communities are now global and are communicating it with each other almost all the time.
Yeah,
So
and that's
it's
also create a lot of problems too.
oh
It's
yeah,
because
yeah, it will.
there's some countries that you don't want their ethical practices getting involved in the science.
No, which is why there's the scientific board that does all those judges those sorts of things and decides who can't why can't I speak?
Don't worry, I
Just
can't either.
yeah, just decides whether where ethics have been broken and sets the ground rules for what is and is not acceptable. And it pretty much is just drawn the line of anything that breaches a human rights any human rights violations. Don't do them. What does
Uh,
Geneva say? Don't do that.
oh
But
gosh. Now,
that's a
so
whole
yeah,
the scientific method
let's
is
continue on.
let's yeah.
What if China opens a dino zoo before us?
Then
One
we
of those
go.
commies are gonna. Then we have to nuke the commies.
Well
Okay.
then, I just go to China, steal a fucking Velociraptor, bring it back. Don't worry about it.
You see this? I did
Sneak it
this.
on
This
the.
is mine.
I'll sneak it on the plane. No one's gonna know. I'll put it in a little cat carry case. It'll be fine.
The only problem too with China opening up a dino zoo is that the next thing that's going to happen is a dino wet market.
Oh, that'd be awful.
Yeah, I know that it's already awful. What kind of markets are there before?
But no, I mean,
I'm not
who would
opposed
buy
to
that?
eating
I
certain
wouldn't buy
things,
that.
but eating them alive that's a step too far for me.
Bro, I wouldn't eat a fucking dinosaur, bro. That shit's probably tastes like that tastes awful. That's gonna taste
Mm,
so
no, it
bad.
probably tastes like bird.
Probably wouldn't. They are their muscle mass on a dinosaur probably would have been significantly more. It would have
Yeah,
been
considering
really
you're right because of the heightened
yeah.
oxygen back in the
It
day.
would have been really, really tough. Like everyone always like, oh, would you eat a T-Rex? It's like it probably tastes like shit. It would just be tough and bitter. That does not sound nice.
when we get our dinosaur markets, then we can try it.
Yeah.
So the Keefe show is on. Oh, so that was when I stepped
That's
away.
when you were gone. I was like,
Yeah,
oh
so
no.
no, we should you should start some podcasts. You should call it the Keefe show. It's got a nice ring to it.
My dad keeps saying the exact same thing. My dad keeps telling me I should do a podcast where I talk about like Destiny and Dark Souls lore.
And then
like,
a circle face from Chronic. I'm assuming that's when I got unplugged.
Yeah, when
Cute
we found
doggo.
out,
Yeah, I love her to death, but the past week or so, she has she has eaten my couch almost completely.
Oh god.
Yeah, she's been very, very irritating this week. But it's funny though. It's like I love her to death, but she just made me very angry. And then yesterday, I wasn't mad at her for this, but it was like since nobody could watch her, all the dog sitting places were they couldn't take her in. So it's like I had to skip out on watching that movie that I said I wanted to go see. So it's like, it's like I love having the dog, but it's like it is a lot of responsibility. There's a lot that goes into taking care of her, and she's not always well behaved. Okay, so we can all hear you, Salem. You got this. Okay, so that was the mic issue. Okay, the themes and dialogue are written in a timeless way. No preaching and no dumbing anything down. Yeah, it's exactly it. Is like the thing is the elements of the story make its case for it. There's never a point where it's like where the character turns to the screen and then just blurts out the message.
Yeah, it gives it to you straight.
Yeah, and that's the problem with a lot of modern day films, because a lot of modern day films, they're not human beings or characters you see on the screen. They're just propaganda pawns. I don't know how else to say it. It's like no matter what your propaganda is, it's just they're just to state a message. And because of that, you don't ever get a story or you never connect to the characters because they're never really saying anything that makes them feel real. So you can't get invested into the film.
Yeah, it is difficult as well for like a lot of films, however, to get their messages across without making the audience feel stupid, because they try like they always try to make it so like obvious that you just that, like I was saying, it feels like it's been dumbed down, like you're just being talked down to because you're like, they assume you don't understand, which, I mean, to be quite frank, I don't blame movies for assuming that the general public is stupid. The general public oftentimes are stupid, but
Yeah.
you should your messages should stand on their own. You don't need to tell me what I'm supposed to take away from this. I should get it from watching.
Yeah, I do have to admit though, I wonder if they're starting to realize this, and this is going a tiny bit off topic, but I'm wondering if they're starting to get the hint and get back to it, because there's been some really good stuff that I've seen all in a row. Like the new Spider-Man movie I saw.
Oh yeah,
was
brilliant.
It didn't like blow me out of the water, but it was really good. And something I liked was, it's like, at some point in the film, it's like I kind of forgot that it's like, oh, I'm watching I'm. What's nice is like the characters never stopped to like, get preachy, or like, it's like it felt really out of place or stuff. It's like everything that they talked about related to the story.
Yeah.
And so because of that, you're able to allow yourself to get invested. And then Arcane came out, and holy shit, that was a great.
Oh god, I could talk for fucking years about Arcane, but
I actually think I need to do a Things We Love Arcane edition. I loved that show.
I have watched it 4 times over. I love it so much.
I'm jealous. I'm looking forward to when I can watch it again. But the thing is, there's clearly messages in Arcane and things that they are getting across. But the thing is, much like Jurassic Park, it's like it's so connected to the story that it's like it never feels like it's beating you over the head. Yeah. And then also, I have not seen the film yet, but that film I want to go see, Belle. The things I've been told is that the way the story is told, and there's clear messages and themes to it, but everybody's complimenting the fact that it doesn't feel like it's beating you over the head. So it's like, I want to go see that. Also because it's like I saw the trailer, and I'm a musical dork, so it's like I'm already hooked because of that. But also, it was the first trailer I've seen in a while where it's like, oh look, it's an old Disney movie.
Oh, so it is. I thought when you brought it up, I thought it was about Beauty and the Beast. I've not heard of this.
Yeah, it's made by the same guys who like made Wolf Children.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Also, I mean, oh gosh, how can I forget Cowl's Moving Castle?
Oh, okay.
Oh, so it's like I'm already expecting big things because of that. Yeah. And but it's like, the thing is, like, the trailer for Belle, it feels like a 90s Disney movie. So it's like I'm very eager to see it because it's like
it's a musical.
I don't think it's a musical, but it's got a lot of songs in it.
Okay.
But anyways, I was getting off topic. But I guess my moral point with everything is like I'm seeing like good things back to back to back. And I'm wondering if film creators, more specifically Hollywood, if they're getting the hint that, hey, maybe we should not be judgmental assholes.
Yeah, storytelling feels like it's getting way more nuanced and interesting, and actually just.
Well, we'll see how long it lasts.
Yeah.
But anyways, no preaching or dumbing anything down. We went off topic a little bit with that, but I mean, that's the thing. It's like I want stuff like this again, and I'm seeing glimmers of maybe some people are getting it. And I really do hope that that all that comes back. I want more nuanced storytelling like that.
Yeah.
Okay. And then the last comment I see is Chronic, and he says, "At least America put a man on the moon instead of a nuke first. Their first plan." We don't talk about that.
We don't talk about the nuke the moon strategy.
We don't talk about that.
That's such a stupid bit of like world history.
What if we
blow up a nuke on the moon? Why would
that would be one of those like neighbor moments where it's like Canada and Mexico are probably looking at the United States going, "What the fuck are they doing over there?
What are they doing over there? It's so dumb. But yeah, right. So
but anyways, oh gosh, we talked about so much. I'm trying to think about the other stuff that we were going to do. Okay. I think that we should probably nuke the moon, get the warp stone.
No.
Well, or you could be in the Zelda universe where the moon just wants to kill you.
That's true.
But anyways, so yeah, we've gushed about this about the movie for a minute. Let's move on to the next two films. Let's hit them pretty quickly.
Yes.
Because I do want to move on to some other stuff, and then I do want to focus a little bit on the books. The books. So we can agree, I think, that the first film is a masterpiece, and Steven Spielberg. I know he's got a long, big resume, but
probably one of his best, if not
that might be my favorite of his films. Yeah,
it's probably my favorite of his films.
Okay, I'm glad that we agree on that.
Yeah.
Because even though Steven Spielberg's a great filmmaker, he has done some questionable things, like being the executive producer of Transformers.
Hey, no, don't take my childhood like that, man.
I actually like the first Transformers.
I like the first Transformers too. I really enjoyed it.
I mean, it's got issues, but I think it's fun. It's a turn your brain off movie, yeah.
Yeah, it is, and it is my turn my brain off movie. I will put it on, and I will just have a funny robot go explode.
It might actually be the most. It might be the film too that has the most awkward moment I've ever sat through in a theater for, though.
Oh God,
I'm just a stupid teenager when I'm watching it, right? Yeah. And then that Ratchet sniffs the air and goes, "The boy's pheromone level suggests he wants to mate with the female."
That's such an awful fucking scene. I hate it so much.
And I remember sitting there. It's like everyone it's like nobody in the theater left. Everyone's just uncomfortable.
It's so uncomfortable, yeah.
And it's like so. Yeah. Next time you hear that, just remember Steven Spielberg, executive producer.
I know.
But anyways, Jurassic Park's a masterpiece.
Lost World.
Then we go into the Lost World, where not as good as the first one, but I still really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
However, completely different than the book.
Yeah.
Like completely divorced, almost entirely. But we'll get to that. We'll get to the books when we get to the books. But the Lost World. A very memorable opening with the rich family.
Yes.
And actually, here's a fun fact. In the book, that is actually from the first book.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay. So is that the inciting incident of the first book? And then
actually, no, there's other we'll get to that, but there's actually several inciting incidents.
Oh, wow. Okay. But is it they go to the other island in the second film?
Yes, Isla the first island is Isla Nublar. The second island is Isla Sorna.
Yeah.
And the film also decides that its main protagonist is going to be Ian Malcolm.
Mm-hmm.
And as an adult, I actually do like watching The Lost World because I get a full film with Ian Malcolm.
Yeah.
And he's not as bombastic as he is in the first film, but I think it's because he's dealing with a little bit of PTSD of seeing the inside of a T-Rex's mouth.
Yeah.
So Jeff Goldblum does a pretty good job there. He seems a lot less energetic in this one, but at the same time, it's like he's not really. It's an interesting situation to put the character of Ian Malcolm in, because he is no longer questioning the ethics and stuff, because everybody's already come to a conclusion in the first film regarding the scientific ethics. So it's like he's just kind of here.
Yeah.
And he's just kind of there going through the motions of a nightmare that he warned about.
Yeah.
But then he also has to deal with the fact that it's interesting because it kind of turns into like a base survival thing, him wanting to save his I can't remember. Was it his girlfriend or was it his wife? I can't remember.
I think it's his girlfriend.
I
don't
think
they're married at this point.
Yeah, I can't remember. I watched the original Jurassic Park not too long ago. I did not watch the second and third film, unfortunately, recently. But anyways, so
shenanigans ensue.
Yeah,
typical Jurassic Park fashion.
It's definitely it's not so much about the scientific angle, because you even got John Hammond like coming around to Ian Malcolm's kind of perspective on things.
Yeah.
I mean, it's at the end, but it really sums up the message of the second film, which is, these creatures don't need our presence or interference; they need our absence.
Yes.
Essentially, he is just like, he's come to the conclusion that life finds a way.
Let them live.
Yeah,
Let them be.
yeah,
Yeah.
and it's more so the fact that it's like it's almost like he's come to terms with his mistake, because it's like it's essentially he's saying like, I've made a mistake. There's no need to pursue the result any further. It's like it's best to just walk away. It's like to be
Yeah.
at peace with what has happened.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so but I mean, you don't get a lot of John Hammond in that one, but it's understandable why. But so this film, its main message is more about that corporate greed, because the engine company is not really under the direct supervision of John Hammond anymore.
Yeah.
It's from I forgot if it was his nephew. I forgot who it was. But essentially, somebody else takes over the company, and they want to make Jurassic Park again, but they want to go bring it to the mainland. They want to bring it to America.
Oh yeah.
And so what they do is they get into a second island where the dinosaurs would be placed while they are essentially in development, until they're ready to be put on display in the first island.
Mm.
And so that was the big appeal. Like, it was even on the advertisement for the Lost World, was like, well, what if these animals aren't caged at all? They're just they're free roaming. And so it's, that's intriguing, because it's like essentially Isla Sorna is what does an island full of dinosaurs look like without human intervention? And so that was a really cool idea, and it makes it a really cool setting too, because you literally do not know. Like in the first film, you would get an idea of where the dinosaurs would be depending on what the paddock was. Whereas here, it's like you never know what dinosaur is going to come up on screen. It's kind of cool that way.
Yeah.
So anyways, you get the company trying to capture all these dinosaurs and release them. But the thing is, now you're dealing with the ethical question of, or the observation that they're not your product; they're living beings.
Yeah. Exactly.
And because that's the big ethical question of bringing dinosaurs back now. It's like, well, are they going to be a living being that you care for, or are they going to be something you slap a price tag on?
Yeah.
And so yeah, that those are the themes that they tackle. So maybe I misspoke. There's still the ethics question there, but it's not necessarily the pursuit of knowledge.
It becomes less about whether we should bring down. It becomes less about the ethical question of whether we should use science to bring back extinct creatures, and more about an ethical commentary on like animal preservation and zoos, the commercialization of like zoos.
Yeah,
especially
that's definitely
with them bringing it to San Francisco.
San Francisco is just the worst place in the world. We should have talked less about nuking the moon and nuking San Francisco.
just let the fault line take.
Yeah, life finds a way.
but
I'm sorry, I could help myself.
No, it's fine. But yeah, that's why I always looked at the second film is more about are zoos for the sake of having a zoo ethical in the current animal preservation climate. Like, yes, animal preservation is important, but would they be better off if we just left them alone?
Yeah, that's definitely actually I mean, I'd considered some of those things before, but I guess I was a little more caught up in the more obvious message of this film. Which the thing is, it's hard to compare it to the book because the book is completely different.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm thinking about the themes a little less with the second film, because I got conflicting ideas going on, because I'm always referring to what's in my head with the book.
Yeah. That's what you're more familiar with.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm actually happy that you brought that up, because I never considered the zoo angle. That's actually something very interesting.
Yeah.
But yeah. So But and even so for the second film, technically, it still looks really, really good.
Oh yeah,
Like the
still looks
effects are
fantastic.
amazing. They still are using animatronics very heavily. They do use CGI a little more, but the CGI
Yeah.
still looks really good. I think the
Again,
only
yeah.
time where it's like the CGI looked really bad in that film, well, not even necessarily bad, but it's like you can tell it's CGI, was the Stegosaurus scene.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, it's like I said earlier, especially with even with modern CGI, but especially back in the old days of CGI, using the dark to your advantage really helps to make a computer generated image look believable, because it's way easier to simulate it and also hide the jank in a dark environment than it is in a well lit daytime landscape. Like, because those Stegosauruses are
Especially
walking
true in
through in a
the
sunset.
I'm sorry, I just want to say it's especially true
Yeah.
in the scene where the all the engine hunters are walking into the tall grass. They get eaten by the raptors.
Yes.
A lot of the
Yeah.
stuff you see is CGI, but oh gosh, it is so smart to hide in the grass. But then you
Yeah.
get the sometimes the lights will just hit them a little bit,
Yeah.
and it was a very very clever way to make it look real.
Yeah.
Especially because they would also use the animatronics, like the tails going up when they're feeding on the guys. You know,
Yeah.
those tails were actually there, or like when they're just poking their head up over the grass, those were animatronics. So it's a clever. You have to balance both, I think, in order to get it to look real.
Yeah. It's very difficult to do. Obviously, we're getting better and better at it as time goes on, but
That's part of the issue is that
yeah,
we're good.
it's
We're getting
still
good at when we
better.
combine the two, but we hardly
Yeah.
combine the two anymore.
Yeah, it's still better to just have. Yeah, it's still better to hide your CGI with the right lighting to make it just to help sell it a little bit more. But yeah, because the suburb scene with the T-Rex still looks good.
Oh God, yeah.
Because it's mostly in the dark.
That was the aside from the idea of like the dinosaurs not being caged in, that was a big selling point for that film. But the other one, of course, was the San Francisco scene.
Yes.
That's that is still surreal to see the T-Rex walking around the just the street. We're going to suburban America, eat the family dog.
yeah, it's just it is it was one thing when watching, we talked about obviously Steven Spielberg being involved with the first Transformers film. When the Transformers landing again in the suburbs immediately reminded me of the T-Rex in the suburbs. like when one of the protoforms comes out of the pool, I immediately just thought of the T-Rex walking into that little girl's back garden.
Oh yeah,
I immediately, that was just my first thought when I saw that when I was younger. I was like, that's just like Jurassic Park.
Oh gosh, what was the other thing that happened when, because there was a few funny things that happened. Oh God. The Japanese tourists who are running away.
Oh yeah.
a little nod to Godzilla. I liked that. That was cool.
Yeah.
And then there was
wasn't there a guy
they really hammed up. Like they took advantage of all the stuff they could do with the dinosaur in the city for that film.
The guy who runs into a phone booth only for it to just get kicked over.
Oh God, yeah. Oh boy,
that dates the film Phone Booths.
Not really, because they never get taken down, so they're just kind of there.
That's true. So
it's like now you have, if you ever have kids, then you can go like well mommy, daddy, what's that? It's like, well, let me sit.
Just a box, isn't it? Yeah, a little box. But yeah,
so yeah, it's that was a big selling point, because that really hadn't been done before. Putting a dinosaur in the city.
Yeah. Bringing the dinosaurs to humanity instead of bringing the humans to the dinosaurs.
Mm-hmm. Which looks like it's funny. It looks like that's what they want to do with this other new Jurassic World film they're making, and I'm like, you guys already did this.
Yeah. I mean, I
Uh,
appreciate they're going the full Monty with it though, because obviously they immediately stopped that. Like they did the T-Rex in the suburbs, and that was it. T-Rex went back to Isla Sorna, and they never did that again.
yeah.
But I kind of like that we have that again now, and instead it's like we're past the point. They're past the point of no return. The dinosaurs are now among us.
Mhm.
Cue funny, haha, Among Us reference. But yeah, so sus Among Us. But, haha. But yeah, fucking.
So yeah,
No,
second
it
film.
could be interesting.
Yeah, so second film, not as good as the first, but still really good. And very very memorable.
Mhm.
Really on the long side. I remembered like second film's like two
Yeah,
and a half hours, something like that. It's
yeah. It's why I don't remember most of it because it's so long. I only remember like the highlights.
and I think the book was longer too. And it's
Probably.
and I have to admit, like you compare the two books. The first book is amazing. Second book drags a little bit, and it's because it's longer than what it needed to be.
Yeah, there's it's just how it often is with these sorts of things.
Um,
They try to explore more.
so and then we move on to the third film, which is pretty much
So
just there because you want
there,
dinosaurs. It's got no message. It's really got no, you know, ethics. It's just let's
yeah,
bring Dr.
it,
Grant back and let's put
yeah,
him on an island with dinosaurs.
yeah. I remember loving it as a kid and going back and watching it as an adult and realizing that it's just there. They're just there. They go there to save the kid, but the kid
Yeah.
is just a plot device to get them on an island with
Yeah,
dinosaurs.
there's not really much
Um,
to talk about with it. I mean, the dinosaurs still look really good. The
oh yeah,
CGI looks not very good, but
yeah,
the animatronics,
because
like when they're there, the dinosaurs look very, very real and convincing. And I love
yeah.
seeing the variations they had done with them. Like I love the new look of the Velociraptors,
Yeah,
uh,
they had the little
mohawk
feathery bits
feathers.
and stuff. Yeah, which they're starting to explore more with the idea of dinosaurs not just being scaly and actually
It
having
also kind of made me
ornamentation.
think, like, it was just them kind of saying, like, the dinosaurs are evolving on the island, which
Yeah,
to
exactly.
like that actually seems like a cool idea. And even the island itself, like since it is no longer being managed by people, instead of
Mm,
it being lush and green in the second film like it was, it's now all decayed and it's like it's very
yeah,
ivy and it's like more
nature
moss than ferns.
nature is reclaiming the island.
Yeah, and it's it's got some the coolest thing, however, for me with the third film, which
Mm,
is it's cool for me because I read the books. They took all the cool scenes from the first book
yeah,
that never made it into any of the movies, and
and put
they
them.
put them in the third movie, which is
Yeah,
really cool,
yeah.
because it's like if you ever wanted to see those scenes play out, well, you can see them in the
Now
third
you can.
movie.
Yeah,
Granted, that movie is not very, it's not the greatest. It's
yeah.
still cool to see it.
I do have
Like,
to say, uh, as a staunch as a staunch Spinosaur uh, supporter and fan, the third film will always hold a very special place in my heart, being the first time I got to see a fucking Spinosaurus on the big
yeah.
screen. I fucking adore that entire like family of dinosaurs, and so yeah, seeing the Spinosaurus was amazing, and watching it square off against the T Rex was fucking brilliant.
Oh yeah, it's kind of funny though because as a kid, I really loved the Spinosaurus. I still like the Spinosaurus, but I loved it.
Yeah.
The only thing is that the issue I got though is that it killing the T Rex to me doesn't make much sense because the thing was because I listened to the third film's commentary, right?
Yeah.
And they were talking about the fact that they were finding these Spinosaurus fossils and stuff, and what they were discovering was like they were saying like well, the Spinosaurus was actually bigger than the T Rex. It was actually stronger than the T Rex and everything.
Mm.
Until we had found out that the scientists themselves were saying that, came out and said, actually, going off everything we found, we think that this was just like a freak azoid Spinosaurus. This was not the norm.
Yeah.
So it's like Spinosauruses were probably a lot smaller than this. But, just like there's always just one in the pack that'll always make an exception pretty much.
Yeah.
So it's like in reality, it's like, yeah, I don't think the Spinosaurus is going to kill the T-Rex.
Yeah,
But at the same time, though, because you
yeah.
expend so much energy when you're that big, in reality, I mean, geographically, the Spinosaurus and T-Rex probably would never have fought.
Physically could not have met. The
Yes.
Spinosaurus existed in
Yeah.
Africa, and
And then
the
the other thing too is
T-Rex
like
is in
they have
America.
actually been in a different time period too. I forgot
Mm.
which. I remember that the Tyrannosaurus comes from the Cretaceous period, correct?
They both existed in the Cretaceous period.
Oh, so they both did. Okay, I thought for some reason I thought the Tyrannosaurus was earlier.
No, the T-Rex is late Cretaceous, so
Okay.
it was actually one of the last genuses of dinosaur to ever actually evolve.
Mhm.
Essentially, it evolved just to die, and then the Spinosaurus was around early to mid Cretaceous, I believe.
Okay.
So they could have existed at the same time, like just offshoots of each other, kind of like offshoots of Spinosaurs still existing around the same time that the T-Rex finally showed up. But
Okay.
even if they did, they would never have encountered each other. So it's a fight we couldn't really call on.
Yeah, we would never get that. And the other thing too is the anatomy of the Spinosaurus. It's not made like it's portrayed in the film to be a fighter. Those long arms are not meant to be grabbing stuff. They're meant to be pecking at fish.
Yeah, it's more
same
likely
thing with the snout. It's made to dip into the water.
It's more likely now that Spinosaurs had the ability to walk on two legs, but were more often found on all fours.
Yeah, it's kind of like a bear. It's like can walk on two legs, but more practical to do it on fours.
Yeah, and the
more important point that about the fight is that if you're a big giant dinosaur and you're burning up, I'm exaggerating here, but burning hundreds of calories just to move your legs.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean,
it's like it makes no sense for you to go fight a thing as big as you are and expend all that energy, because even if you kill that thing, you're not going to eat that entire thing.
No, I mean the Spinosaurus likely wouldn't have eaten it anyway. Had a diet consisting of mostly fish.
The only reason why, if you had large animals fighting with each other, it's most likely just over territorial disputes.
Yeah,
or fighting for a mate.
They were both very territorial. From fossils we found, they are always found covered in scratches and bite marks that they wouldn't have got from hunting.
And unfortunately, I do have to burst a lot of people's bubble. The Tyrannosaurus, while an impressive predator, most likely ate carrion.
Yeah, it was a scavenger more than anything.
I'm sorry that I killed a lot of people's childhood dreams there, but yeah,
it could hunt, but probably didn't.
Yeah, that's exactly the reason for those itty bitty arms.
Yeah,
it was to essentially just roll over whatever it found on the ground.
A lot of theropods, well, pretty much all theropods had tiny arms, though. So
yeah,
it's more.
But anyways, back to the film though. So it's just I don't know. It's like the things that I learned kind of do ruin that fight for me a little bit.
Yeah.
The other thing I don't like is it's like, it doesn't feel right seeing the T-Rex lose,
Yeah.
But anyways, but the Spinosaurus is still cool in that film. The Velociraptors, I think, steal that movie though.
Yes, they do.
I find them to just be very, very cool. I like what they kind of did to them, and the CGI on them is actually not so bad compared to the other dinosaurs. So they're a little more convincing in that way.
Yeah, they really do look great in that film.
Yeah,
both in CG and in practical.
Yeah, so I like the Velociraptors, and especially the iconic pterodactyl scene. Because there are some iconic scenes in that film. Everybody remembers the pterodactyl cage, which is entirely taken from the first book.
I never thought that a pterosaur could be that fucking horrifying. Like,
oh yeah, especially their roars. Holy crap, their roars!
I always looked at them and thought, like, they're so thin and frail that I never thought anything of them. Like, they were just.
That's the funny thing though, is that they add a lot of meat to them and their bodies for that film.
Yeah, but just Yeah, I never thought about the fact that that beak would fucking hurt.
Oh yeah, but even better was
Like,
you get a close up of the beak. They put like
mm.
they probably didn't look like this, but they put like freaking fangs in there.
Oh no, they would have had teeth. They would
Oh
have
no, no,
had very
I know
very
they would have
fine
had
teeth.
teeth.
Yeah,
However, if you like look at the film, I remember that
yeah,
it's like I'm looking at it's like they've given like full on teeth. I'm like I don't know if they would have that.
yeah,
Like
uh,
like all birds like have teeth on their beak. Most birds I should say.
yeah.
So it's like I'm expecting that in the movie though. It's like they look like
Yeah, I'm just looking at a picture. They have a serrated inner beak. Yeah,
mhm.
which
Uh,
isn't. Yeah, it's not too far fetched, but oh,
I'm saying like
that's just
I think they try to make
horrifying.
him look a little meaner. So
Yeah, it
um,
worked. It worked. That
yeah,
scene scared the life out of me as a child.
yeah, but it
Um,
was that roar that got me because it's like every other,
yeah,
no matter it's Land Before Time or any other cartoon or movie or show that showed a pterodactyl or a
yeah,
pterosaur or a pteranodon. There's a bunch of names that we throw around for them.
yeah.
Um,
They are all different.
yeah, yeah, it's interesting though because they it's like everything else has made them either squeaky or like high pitched, and this is
Yeah,
just like a bass.
yeah.
It's like
Which I think
Jesus.
would be more accurate. Look at that thing. That
Yeah,
thing looks like it
probably.
screams.
Yeah,
It's not a screecher. That is a. Oh god, that's just terrifying. I don't know. It has instilled a fear of pterosaurs in me. Has Jurassic Park 3?
yeah, but
Um,
yeah, the entire pterosaur scene that is from the first book that got omitted.
Damn. I
They
mean,
actually
fair.
had concept art. They were
They were gonna
considering
put it in.
putting that scene in the first film.
I'm kind of glad that they kept it for the third because I mean, obviously CGI and stuff and just
Mhm.
effects in general had developed a bit more, and I feel like they would not have looked as good as they ended up looking in the third film. Because they do look good for all the CG
Oh
that we
yeah.
see. I
No,
think the
no.
Pteranodons are
What
probably the
works to their
best.
advantage is that there's mist in the
Yeah,
cage.
that is true. That is true. They could have done that. They could have worked around that.
But
But
oh gosh, what's even better than all that is the build up to that. Oh my god.
yeah,
Like like Dr. Grant, it's like they're just walking around. He grabs like the scat on the rails and he like sniffs it and he's like looking around. He's like, wait a minute. And then
mhm.
and then the mist clears and then he's like,
Yeah,
oh my god.
yeah,
It's
and
like,
the realization of where they
yeah.
are.
He goes, it's a bird cage. And then it's a little corny, but I still love it. And she goes,
Yeah,
for a what? And then it cuts away and they don't say it. And just the pteranodon comes from the mist. It's like, oh,
yeah.
it's
I
like,
remember, I remember watching that film, and when he said that, I was like, "Oh, cool, we're gonna get some pterosaurs." And then it showed up, and I just shat myself. I was like,
yeah. And here's the funny
"Whoa!"
thing though, is that they were in the second film at the very, very end.
Yeah,
But the thing was, it's like you never got like a scene with them.
you
So
never got them this up close either, as well.
yeah, so
Like,
it was really cool to see those. Oh gosh, it was so cool. And
it is
especially
good.
after I read the book, it was cool to see that scene finally play out.
Yeah,
Um, and then so yeah, and in terms of the story, like I said, it's very simple. It's just save a kid that got stranded there. So they end up saving him.
yeah,
So yeah, third film. I think what I liked more than anything was the environment. I liked, seeing
yes,
everything get grown over. I liked seeing the dinosaurs look a little more gruffer and a little hardier.
yeah, exactly. Yeah,
And that was kind of cool.
everything felt old.
Yeah.
The whole film just felt old,
So
and it
let's
was
put
a
it in
nice
perspective. So
aesthetic.
the first film was in 1993. This film came out in 2001. So it's like that amount of time has now passed,
Yeah,
and it
8 years.
feels like that amount of time did pass.
Yeah, it was
It was
cool.
also
It
kind
was
of
really
cool to
cool.
see some of the interiors of some of the labs and such grown over. That
Yeah,
was kind of cool.
yeah, it was
Um,
all really cool. The aesthetic of that film was really, really
all right,
nice.
so I guess what I'll do now is I'm gonna get into the books just a little deeper, but not too much longer.
Yeah,
And then we
I
can
was gonna
talk
say,
about games or well,
we haven't mentioned the two new films.
no.
We haven't talked about them at
Well,
all.
so let me talk about the books first. We'll briefly talk about the new films. I'll get
Yeah,
into why I don't care for them, but
yeah.
if you guys think that you would like to talk about them, then I'll give you the floor for that because
I
I got
I have a
issues.
I have a few things. I have a few things to say.
Okay.
From
Um,
my
and then
from my
after that,
paleontology
so
angle.
hopefully we can get through these next few things pretty quick
Yeah.
because the way that I figured that would be fun would be the same thing that I did with the Bloodborne stream with
Mm.
Chronic and Omen, and I got some Jurassic Park memes pulled up that we
Yes,
can
yes,
look
I
at.
remember you saying, yeah.
So, anyways, so as for the books, I Michael Crichton is one of my favorite authors.
Mm.
I love the fact that I love his style of writing. His horror is really good, which is the biggest difference between the books and the movies. The books
Mm.
are not science. I mean, they have science fiction in them, but they're horror novels first.
Yes.
The dinosaurs are not cute and cuddly. Like they are monsters. That is how he portrays them.
No.
They're not wondrous at all. And Michael Crichton, just like everything else he writes, for some reason, he's got this fixation on spilling intestines. So almost every
Oh
time that
God.
somebody dies in Jurassic Park
Mm.
and a lot of his other books, he has to mention the intestines getting spilled.
Wow.
Yeah, he likes to get into really gory details. So, anyways, so that's the biggest difference between the two. But he still brings up a lot of the scientific stuff, and he still does tackle the ethical questions. However, like as I said, for the first book compared to the first film, he does go a little deeper into the corporate themed greed theme angle.
Yeah.
And John Hammond is, I don't know if I don't think he's got dwarfism, but there's something about him that's like, because it's like he can't even sit on a chair without his legs dangling on them, from what's described in the book.
He's
So
got
it's like
Napoleon syndrome.
so yeah, he's really really short. I don't know if he's I don't know if it's like if it's
Medical
a
thing,
disability or not.
or if he's just tiny. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I couldn't get that in the book. But
Yeah.
anyways, so he's a short guy, and he's essentially the monopoly man. Like he's all about the making money. He's all about it's like every advancement that he wants. It's just well, what does it amount to in the profits?
Yeah. Corporate.
And
man.
even though that he's a genius in quite a few angles, his pursuit is not. He's not the wholesome guy that we know from the films.
Yeah.
There's a few other characters that are different. Ian Malcolm is pretty book accurate in the film. He's pretty much the same. However, in the book, you think that he legitimately dies.
Right.
Yeah, he's in the book. The way that it ends, he talks to I forgot the game warden's name. Crap, but you know who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
The game warden in the book, he lives. You never get that clever girl scene.
Oh.
Yeah, but he lives, and he tells Dr. Grant at the end that Malcolm didn't make it. However, in the second book, it's revealed that actually Malcolm did survive. He was on death's door at the hospital.
I see.
But yeah, so anyways, Grant, he's somewhat similar, but in the book, he is way more of a dork. Like he's got a big beard, he's got long hair, he's got the hat. It's like he's basically like what you would think of a stereotypical. I'm a paleontologist.
Yeah, typical nerd shit. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think he may have. I don't remember if he had glasses or not. I would have to read the book again. But he does looks like an actual paleontologist. He doesn't look like Indiana Jones goes to dinosaur land.
Yeah.
And his personality is a little different. I don't think there was even a thing between him and Ellie in the book.
No. Okay.
Ellie, I think, is somewhat accurate to the book. But yeah, so the characters are a little different. It depends on which one there is. The lawyer survived in the book. I remember that too.
Okay.
So there actually was some room for the corporate angles to get some resolutions in the book, which is why I kind of, I kind of like the thematics of the book a little better, just because there's a beginning, middle, and end to these ethics and moral dilemma questions.
Yeah.
Big difference. John Hammond dies.
Yes, I remember you mentioning to me.
Yes,
Yeah.
John Hammond dies. He gets eaten by the compies.
Oh, really?
And it's actually an interesting death because in the book, they have it so like the saliva of the compy. I can't remember the entire full name of them, so forgive me.
Compasigneth.
Yeah, there's a reason they abbreviated it.
Yeah.
But anyways, it was very interesting, and reading his death scene is really interesting because essentially the saliva, and some animals even have this. They have it so that you start losing your sense of reality, and they have like a euphoric, almost like a morphing effect.
Oh, yeah.
So it's like John Hammond dies with a smile on his face, pretty much, but it's because of what the saliva does to him. It's really grisly and like demented, and it's ugh.
I gotta say, of all the ways to go, I probably think that's the worst way. Like the worst dinosaur to kill you would be.
Like especially losing a sense of yourself.
But even without that, just getting nipped to death by like 24 tiny fucking things is gonna be that's torture.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that'd be awful.
So like it's all really grisly and gruesome. Like Nedry's death, Dennis Nedry's death is horrifying because he gets spat on by the Dilophosaurus. He keeps like the spitting thing added there.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. He has in the book the Dilophosaurus is actually more accurate to its actual size. So it's this giant thing.
Good. Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say.
So at some point, like Dennis Nedry gets lost in the tropics. He can't find himself anywhere because he's been spat on too.
Yeah.
And so everything that is happening to Dennis, you're getting it from his perspective.
Yeah.
And all he's going off of is what he hears and the sounds around him.
Oh god, that's awful.
And he's told, and it's read that he feels a sharp pain in his stomach. So when he goes to grab it, he thinks that I can't remember if it described it as he grabbed a snake or it just felt like a snake. And he realizes he's grabbing his own intestines.
Oh, I see what you mean now about the whole.
And he starts freaking the fuck out.
Yeah.
And it's a memorable thing. He feels sharp, like pricks on the bottom and top of his head. And it's the Dilophosaurus. He starts standing without him telling himself to stand. It's the Dilophosaurus grabbing his head and raising him into the air.
Yeah.
And the last words for that scene are, and all Dennis could hope for is that it would be quick.
Yeah, that's
such a great scene. It's so horrifying. And it's so
terrifying, bro.
It's
Whoa,
so good. It is a fantastic horror novel. I recommend everyone to read it.
I gotta read that.
Oh gosh, that scene is so good.
I gotta fucking find this now and read it. Jesus.
And that's the thing is, he never tells you it's raising him into the air. It's like you're realizing, oh my god, that's what's going on.
Let you figure it out.
But the amazing part is that the game warden, another character, I forgot the character was with him. They come across the body of Dennis Nedry and it's being picked away by compies.
Yeah.
And essentially it gives everyone the chance that they didn't have in the movie to go like, good riddance.
Yeah.
Oh god.
I'll pop that on my fucking birthday list.
Yeah, it's a good book. And yeah, it's so like the horror scenes are, and that's the thing. The raptors in the book are treated like they're fucking horror slashers. I'm not kidding.
As it should. They would be terrifying.
Oh god, it was so and it's creepy too because like okay, and I know I'm spoiling some stuff for the book, so forgive me if I mean
we've all watched the film, it's enough.
But okay, so Henry Wu gets killed by the Velociraptor. And the thing is, all that you see is just Henry Wu's like he like steps outside a door or something, and apparently like someone just looks over, and he's just lifted in the air, and you never see him again.
Oh Jesus!
And it's like it's and you know from like knowing what's going on, that's the Velociraptors. And it's like Jesus Christ, like they're terrifying. They are absolutely terrifying in the book. Like they are horror movie slashers, is how they're portrayed.
They sound it.
Oh gosh, like the book is just I can't praise it enough. It's really good.
I gotta read it now. Damn.
Yeah. And then they also get into the more. They're also able to be a little mature. Like the thing is, I would not give it to a little kid because the book is definitely rated R. Actually, I would go at NC-17 in some scenes.
Yeah.
So it's definitely not for kids. I would give it to a teenager. I would not give it to a 10-year-old.
Yeah.
Because they also get a little explicit with some descriptions and things. Adults deal with adult issues in the book. So, anyways, it's the book is able to just explore these other things just a lot deeper too. So it's but it is the horror elements that are the best things that were unfortunately not able to be realized in the movie because the movie was trying to be PG-13.
Yeah.
But it's also cool because, like I said, like the movements of the dinosaurs, they're all bird-like. They're very, very jittery. They're very, very, like when the T-Rex first eats the goat in the book, like it does show up on the tour. Yeah. And something that Dr. Grant takes notice of is like it like bobs its head back and forth before it eats. And it's it's kind of cool because it's like you can see it in your head, like it behaving like an actual animal that acts like a bird.
Yeah.
So it's it's kind of cool to see some of these things. And also Michael Crichton goes into like some of the science that he knew at the time and also what scientists were uncovering at the time. It's really cool. He incorporates it, naturally into the dialogue, whether it's in the scientists talking or anything. Whereas like he wrote another book that I read that I'm not a big fan of. I mean, it's good in some areas, but it's not good in others. There's a book called Congo in which he it's about like these apes that may have possibly bred with human beings. And it's another horror novel, but the problem is what he did better in Jurassic Park than he did in Congo, in my opinion, is he's got entire chapters. They're just talking about scientific research papers or experiments and studies and such to explain what is going on. And I remember being like, oh, come on, get me to the action, get me to the next scene or whatever.
Yeah.
Because it's like it almost feels like your story stops. And it's like, okay, you need to know all about this research in order to understand the next scene.
Yeah.
Whereas like Jurassic Park, it was more it flowed a lot better.
Yeah.
Because it's like I could read page upon page of Dr. Grant dorking out about dinosaurs. But actually another scene, like I told you, the pterodactyl scene was in the book. Another scene that was from the book was the river scene from the third film.
Well, with the Spinosaurus.
Yes, except it was the Tyrannosaurus in this one.
Fair.
But yeah, so there's a lot of really cool scenes in the book that at least they put into the third film. They put and that was the other thing. The first book, what is going on there is that you're getting not just one incident, you have multiple instances because some of the dinosaurs have been getting out of their cages and have been swimming to the mainland. That's what starts getting people going, hey, wait a minute. Except the thing is, since they're like third world countries that they're escaping to, the company is able to bribe the governments to essentially be hush, hush, hush about it.
Yeah.
So, that's there's a lot more that incites the events of Jurassic Park than it is in the movie.
Yeah, I do see why they didn't include that detail in the movies because, like dinosaurs. Not many dinosaurs could swim, and those that could not swim very far.
Well, I don't remember the exact distance, but I think that was a little more believable. But I would have to read the book again. I can't remember all the minor details like that.
Yeah, of course.
Because the details I do remember, all the horror scenes, all the because they're written so good.
The stuff that you would remember, the stuff that stands out.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's like Jurassic Park is a horror novel, so hopefully you would hope that those are the things that stand out.
Yeah. I'll have to give it a read when I get a chance.
So for the second book, it is very different than the second movie.
Yeah.
The second book, like I said, it essentially resurrects Ian Malcolm, because the way that the first book ended, you really think that Ian Malcolm died.
Yeah.
But then they explained on the second book, no, Ian Malcolm, he was on death's door, but he pulled through at the hospital.
Yeah.
However, Ian, he still got his quirky, smart-ass personality that he dropped a little bit in the movie. But the difference is he's now on a cane because he's been like permanently crippled, pretty much.
Oh yeah.
So he's on his cane. He's also injecting morphine a lot in the book, which leads to some funny instances and stuff. I can't remember when it happened for this, but I do remember something standing out to me in the book where it's like something horrible happened, and then Malcolm's in the corner. He's like, "Well, I'm not really feeling it." So he just injects himself with the morphine, and he just starts humming "In the Land of Cotton" to himself.
Jesus.
Like he gets screwed up on morphine quite a bit. Like I don't know if it blatantly shows he's addicted to it, but definitely shows that he's not doing it just for pain.
Yeah.
But yeah, the biggest difference is it's not the engine company that has come to try to get the dinosaurs.
Yeah.
It's still the second island, but it's actually Dodson. You remember him from the beginning of the movie, who hires Nedry?
Yeah.
He is in hot trouble because Nedry did not pull through. So he says, "Well, wait a minute. There's this other island. I can go get the dinosaurs from there."
Yep.
So that's the story.
Okay, I like that. That's pretty good.
Yeah, and however, I forgot to mention in the first film they firebomb the first island at the end.
Oh, okay.
So they have to go to the second island, and there has to be a second island because the dinosaurs don't exist on this first island anymore.
Yeah.
All the dinosaurs in the first island are dead.
That is quite the solution. Quite the solution.
Well, it was. I forgot which country it was, but it was one of those third world countries that went not firebomb the fucker.
Carpet bomb this.
Yeah, in the background,
really
Prodigal Son is playing or whatever.
Yeah. Fucking hell.
Vietnam dinosaur edition.
Yeah. Okay.
But anyway, so yeah, and I forgot, but it's also the same issue. I think it's the doctor or the photographer is also on the island. That's what gets Ian Malcolm to go. So Ian, it's pretty much Ian Malcolm's got his thing, but then it's also you got Dodson on the other end. And the thing is, Dodson can't have them knowing what they're doing, and like there are conflicts, come to clash. So that's how they've got two opposing teams.
Yeah,
but it's not like this huge swath of people like it was in the second film. It's only a handful of people.
Fair enough then.
And there's also no city thing. That's all made up for the film. It's a good book. It kind of does drag in places. Donson's actually a pretty good villain. Ian Malcolm's a treat to read, but everything else is it's not as good as the first book.
Yeah.
So it does leave you kind of wanting more, but it's okay. I mean, it's still fun. It seems like a logical place where some thing that would have happened within the universe that Crichton made.
Serves the purpose as a follow-up book.
Yeah, it also does have Dodson does get what he deserves, but I won't spoil. I won't spoil that
one. Yeah, fair enough then.
Yeah, it's literally almost the end of the book in which it happens, and it is a good way to end it.
Yeah.
But anyways, so yeah, I've dorked out about the books.
Yes.
My dog's making dinosaur noises behind me.
I heard. Yeah, I was like, well, hang on a minute, what?
So yeah, we've covered the three Jurassic Park movies, whatever the books. You can begin with the Jurassic World movies because I really, really hate them.
I don't have too much to say because I'm not here to defend the Jurassic World films. I'm not here to argue that they're secretly masterpieces and you're all just blind. They aren't that good. But I do, as I said to you before we started this, I enjoy them as movies I can switch off my brain and just lose myself in. I lose myself in the designs of the dinosaurs. I lose myself in the park. I lose myself in all of it. Just thinking about the world that they've built up around, ironically, Jurassic World is fun. And the idea that dinosaurs are no longer this mystical thing. They exist, they're real, and these are like, this is just a fact of life. And it's that angle I really, really enjoyed, and I'm just sad it wasn't focused on more, in that dinosaurs are just normal. I mean, I get that it's the inciting incident for, we've made this new genetically engineered dinosaur, like, because no one's all that fascinated by dinosaurs anymore, so here's a brand new one. Like, okay, I can see that, but I wanted to live in that world of dinosaurs are just normal now, because that was interesting to me, which is what makes me excited about Dominion, because that's what I wanted. Oh my god, dinosaurs truly do live among humans now. This is just a fact of life, and I'm hoping that we don't end up with some resolution in the end of like all the dinosaurs get moved back to an island. I want that world to just be forever changed, and like, dinosaurs live
You
here
want
now.
Planet of the Apes dinosaur edition?
Yes, I do. Dinosaurs live here. Get the fuck used to it. But then going back to the genetically the genetic engineering angle, I do like they went back to the whole we're messing with things we don't understand kind of thing. As cliche as Indominus Rex is, I like its design. Personally, I like it. I think it's the right amount of weird, but also still realistically threatening. Mm-hmm. Don't get me started on the Indoraptor. I think that thing is goofy as shit. It's not even a raptor.
No. What I love about the Indoraptor is let's just take the Indominus Rex and make it smaller.
Make it smaller. It's a pocket Indominus Rex. I really like the Indominus Rex. I thought it was a really cool idea, really cool design. And
the design itself, and also it camouflaging and being able to communicate with other species. That was all cool stuff.
Yeah. They really ran with the consequences of genetic modification that they brought up in Jurassic Park 2. With them with the evolving to the point where they can swap sexes and mate. Now we have one that is able to use a bunch of different traits because you've pumped it full of different genes that you really weren't all that focused on when you made it, which is cool. And
I find it funny that he had 3 movies to warn you about that,
and they still did it anyway. I'm really sad that he died, because I love the character of I can't remember his name, but the head of the park, the Indian
I don't know how else to describe him, because unfortunately I forget that actor's name as well.
I forget his character name.
The Indian guy. I wish that he didn't die either, because he was so close to not being a John Hammond replacement, but like he seemed like he would have been a good spiritual successor to John Hammond.
He carried he carried the essence of Masrani. That's it. That was his name.
I feel bad. I just didn't know how else to describe him except the Indian gentleman,
Mr. Masrani. He is. Yeah, I really liked him, and I'm really sad that he died. What the fuck? Because
I actually think, as much as I don't like these films, I actually think that he would have been a saving grace, honestly.
He really did capture that essence of Hammond in both wanting the best out of the park, but also being too naive to see when he needed to stop.
Oh yeah. I don't know. Like I said, I have issues.
I think that's my thing with the Jurassic World series, is that there's so much. They set up a lot of good shit, but they don't follow it through, and so it just lets the rest of the films down. It lets the film down.
Yeah, and also, like, before I get into like the themes and stuff, because that's where I really get upset, and that's where I actually get angry at times.
Yeah.
I actually, from a technical angle, these films look like shit compared to the other 3 Jurassic Park movies.
Yeah, they are very over reliant on CGI. It's good CGI.
Yeah, it's just
But
not once did I look at anything in Jurassic World and think that it's there in front of me. But
yeah,
what actually makes me even angrier is the fact that they actually did build animatronics. They did use animatronics.
Yeah.
But they told somebody, hey, touch it up with CGI. And no kidding, some of these things that you see are actually animatronics, but they CGI'd over the entire goddamn puppet.
Yeah, I know that there's one. I know that there is at least one untouched puppet. It's the Diplodocus that's been mauled by the
killed by the
Indominus.
Dominus,
that the body was touched up in CGI, but the chest all the way up to the head is completely animatronic.
Yeah, just
which shows you can immediately tell when they start touching it that that's a real thing.
Yeah, it's like I don't know. It's like who was sitting there and being like, hey, look, I did all this work on the animatronic, and then somebody in the editing booth, let's CGI over all of it.
Yeah,
like, whoever that was, you should be fired.
Yeah, it is a shame. I hope Dominion has more animatronics. I'm not holding my breath for it to have them.
Spend no expense.
But it would be nice to see. But yeah, that's really it. And obviously, yeah, the themes of Jurassic World, it leans way heavier into the corporate angle of
and also
which is I feel it's more poignant now than because we've been beaten over the head to death about the ethics of bringing dinosaurs back, and it's very clear that the universe in which Jurassic World exists at that time doesn't give a fuck about the ethics.
Right.
They're well past that, so all that's really left is the corporate angle and focusing on the money, the money drivers, shareholders, and privatization of genetic engineering.
Oh god,
all that stuff.
Oh my
god. It's the logical step for where they needed to take the commentary, but it's just not engaging.
Well,
it's really not engaging.
Well, from and it's hard because since it beats you over the head with it, I can't get invested and engulf myself into the world. So it's like I'm just reminded of stuff that happens in the real world while I'm watching it.
Yeah,
and it's like, okay, this is fucking rich. This studio and other of these people who made this movie preaching to us about corporate greed, while when you look at what they do in the real world,
I think that for the first film, personally, everything bar the military stuff, I felt was pretty all right.
Yeah,
the military stuff was so heavy-handed, but everything else was.
And the other thing, it's a good thing you brought up that military thing. I'm sorry to interject, but this is a big gripe of mine.
Yeah,
because the whole military theme, it's like I don't have an issue if you want to make a film that criticizes the military industrial complex. In fact, I welcome that. Because I'm always interested to see what people have to say about that. The issue here, though, is that. Remember that Michael Crichton has been dead for a while. I don't like the fact that they've gotten very political in these other realms without his blessing.
Yeah, I mean,
it's like you can't. I find it disgusting that you would use somebody else's property to make a stance that you don't know if the original creator would approve of or not.
Yeah, I mean, my personal biggest gripe with the military stuff in the Jurassic World film,
stupid. It's also stupid.
Well, it's not saying anything. That's my gripe, is that it's just not saying anything. Like, okay, the military wants to use dinosaurs to fight wars without humans. Because I mean, to be fair, a raptor would be pretty terrifying on the front lines. but okay, sure. I that's not really a statement. Nor is the framing of it as bad all that revolutionary, because we've been fighting against the inclusion of animals in warfare for a very long time. Remember,
not even that, but the other aspect of that is that that's not even a new element of animals in warfare. We've been
Yeah,
using horses, dogs,
yeah.
elephants. So it's like,
We
animals have been
we
fighting along mankind in their wars for
we turned
years.
bats into bombs. Like that's a thing we did. We strapped dynamite to bats and let them fly into populated areas. That is an actual thing that happened. This isn't anything new.
Yeah.
We are categorically fucking awful to animals in wartime. So it bored me when that was the focus, especially of the second film. It was pretty much the sole focus.
Yeah.
It was just boring because it's like you're not
gosh,
saying
and it was so
anything.
over the top too, having
Yeah.
a fucking auction on the dinosaurs, and the villains looking at the money and going,
Oh yeah.
having like their evil smiles. It's like, oh my god.
I will say the idea of a black market dinosaur trade, that's interesting.
That should be way cooler than what it. That sounds way cooler than what we got.
That was interesting, but yeah, they just couldn't focus on the goddamn black market bit. They kept having to go back to the fact that we're making money, not the ethics of selling living creatures on the black market.
Here's the other ethics that came out of nowhere in that film. That was so fucking stupid.
The right to live.
No, not that one. I mean, kind of. We'll get that in a second.
Yeah.
It was the fucking little girl.
The little girl.
Who was like, she's actually a clone. It's like, okay.
Which, I mean, I saw coming.
It's like, only we saw it coming, but it's like, okay. Yeah. What does this have to do with anything? She's a clone.
Yeah.
And she's a clone.
It was a cool story beat. I was waiting for the Jurassic World to finally cross that line and be like, yep, no, we did use what we learned from cloning these dinosaurs to clone actual human beings. Because, I mean, let's be real, that's what everyone's thinking when we think about the ethics of cloning things. It's not about what can we bring back, it's about can we clone people. And they actually did that, and I thought it was only a matter of time. I'm glad we did it. And that's all we got of it was, we cloned the little girl, and she's sad about it.
And this little girl's she's gonna have so much blood on her hands.
Oh yeah.
Like, and oh my gosh, just the message of, like when the dinosaurs are in the gas chamber.
Oh, I hate it.
That's a sentence I never thought I would say.
Yeah, that was a thing.
And then, like, it's like, it was actually meant something. That was the one thing I'd give it. It meant something when what's her face decided not to push the button.
Yeah.
And it actually meant something, because it's like it actually showed character evolution. It's like, she would have saved him in a heartbeat in the beginning, but then she came to the conclusion that no, we need to move past this.
Yeah.
And then she presses the button. It's like, what was the reason? They're alive, like me.
Yeah.
What?
It felt
guess what? There's plenty of human beings who are alive like you. They're not going to be alive much longer now.
Yeah, it did feel real.
I mean, that's what I was talking about way earlier in the stream when I said, like, characters are just propaganda props now.
That's what I hated. I hated that about the second film, is that it had all of these interesting ideas, but it's so
dated. I got to bring this up. The second film is so dated because of all they're putting real news anchors in it. They're putting Trump jokes in it, and it's like, oh my god.
But it just, from just purely on like the story of it, it just had so many interesting ideas to present, but it just got so hung up on the whole.
Yeah, and then another I don't know if this is a technical criticism or not, but it's like that film, Fallen Kingdom, that dragged.
It was very long. Yeah, it got very boring.
And it also just, I don't know, like, all these characters that they wanted me to like, I was rooting against all of them except for Chris Pratt, but not because I like his character, just because it's Chris Pratt.
Yeah, they were all pretty unlikable for most of the film.
It's like, and that's the touching up on how out of touch Hollywood is. It's like, oh, people like teenager hipsters, right? No, we all a lot of us are not fans of them.
Yeah, I just
Oh gosh. It's like that one girl, the dinosaur vet girl. It's like the entire time I'm like, please get eaten, please get eaten, please get eaten.
yeah. But
Uh,
yeah, I like I do enjoy the first film, save for the military stuff. But I do not like the
yeah, and
second
that's the
film.
thing too. It's just,
Yeah,
but the other thing too is I'm also getting tired of the nostalgia thing used in movies.
nostalgia bait. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
fair.
it's like I'm ready to move on, guys. The
Yeah,
'90s were fun. I'm ready for something new.
yeah. I did when I went and watched Jurassic World. I did divorce myself from any prior knowledge I had. Just to make it, just so I could look at it as a film and not like, oh yay, Jurassic Park.
Yeah,
Um,
and also like I don't know, maybe they'll stop doing this, but
mm,
there's also this weird thing of destroying the things that we liked or things that were from the '90s.
yeah,
Um, and I mean, and in a literal sense, because they blow up the island on Isla on Isla
yeah,
Nublar.
yeah. They
I
blow
just
the blow up the in the second film.
and I
Yeah.
just I honestly don't. Um, and it's like they do another thing. It's like Luke Skywalker and like and
Oh
like the new
god,
Star Wars
yeah.
movies. Like they completely destroy his character. It's like I don't get what it
Let's
is with like destroying the things
yeah,
that we used to like. Yeah,
yeah,
it's something I'm hoping that they move past it. But it's like that was a
yeah,
big thing I didn't like too. It's like,
mm.
well, I know that you want to move off the island, but why did you have to destroy it?
Yeah. Because I mean, the first Jurassic World did leave me pretty hopeful for like a new trilogy.
Yeah,
Because
and that's the
it
thing. It's like
was
I had
pretty
problems with
decent.
Jurassic World, but I had fun with
Mm.
it. I think it
Yeah,
was what
like
happened with Fallen Kingdom what made me look back at Jurassic World and be like, now the problems I have are really cemented and they're not going anywhere now.
yeah, because I remember I watched Jurassic World with my cousin who is young enough to have never watched a Jurassic Park film. So it was also a nice little thing for him because this was essentially, he got to live through that whole wonder that I got to live through, seeing a dinosaur on the screen for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
Which was great for him, and it was nice. I was able to project that onto myself because I tried my best to just block out everything else about the history of the franchise. And it did, yeah, it did make the film way more enjoyable. Again, I was just the military stuff because it's just there and it's saying nothing takes me out.
Yeah,
Everything else I love. I really do like about Jurassic World. It is a fun film. Don't
yeah,
watch
and
the second one.
it's fun, mindless action because, like I said, it's like if you had to put me in front of Jurassic World, I'd be like, okay, I'll let's grab a couple of drinks and some
Yeah,
snacks and just
you'd have
we'll turn our
fun.
brains off. But Dominion,
The Fallen
I
Kingdom.
also can't forgive it because
Yeah,
I was looking forward to the fact that my parents know how much I loved Jurassic Park as a kid. My dad, we don't get to do a lot of stuff like this, and because we've had our differences and other stuff too. He
yeah,
asked me if I wanted to go see a Jurassic Park movie with him.
yeah,
That meant so much to me.
yeah.
And then freaking Fallen Kingdom is what we see.
Yeah.
And I remember like my dad, like he leaned over in the movie. He's like, I don't remember Jurassic Park being this political. I'm like, yeah, I know, Dad.
But yeah,
It's just I don't know. Maybe
nah,
Dominion could be like something where it's like it's just mindless fun.
it does. I mean, from the trailer we've got so far, it does
Yeah,
really
and
look
also
like.
I watched the beginning thing, and that was
Yeah,
actually kind of cool.
it does look like it's just
Yeah,
here dinosaurs in just in the world, in the
yeah,
wild.
and that's the
Like,
thing.
oh
It's
shit,
like
neat.
maybe I'll look at it, but it's probably not going to be until it comes out on DVD or whatever.
Yeah, I'll probably go watch it with my family because they'll want
Yeah.
to go see it. So
Yeah, I just for
Yeah.
as far as theater movies go, all I'm looking forward to is I want to go see Belle, and then even though it's
Yeah.
probably gonna be bad, I love even though the sequel was not as good as the first, I do like the Venom movies. Morbius is in the
Yeah.
Venom universe. I do want to go see
Yeah,
that.
I'm gonna go see Morbius.
Yeah, but
well.
as far as that goes, those are the only two I'm looking forward to the theaters.
Yeah.
But Dominion, yeah, that can wait till
I'll
DVD.
let you know. I'll watch it and I'll
Okay,
let you
cool.
know.
Well, I value your opinion on
Yeah.
Jurassic Park, so
But
so yeah,
yes. There he goes. He's been disconnected since the Keithy show again. Hey, what is going on?
No,
Hello. Hello.
can wait.
You okay?
I'm here. Hello.
Hello.
The Keefe show can wait.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Here, let me.
Yes.
I think I'm here. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, I can hear you fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. So I was just saying. So I don't want to be hate. I don't want to get angry and stuff about the Jurassic World movies too much because this is supposed to be a feel good kind of thing.
Yes, and on the feel good subject, shall we get to what most people have probably wanted to know? What's our favorite dinosaur?
Okay. Okay. I've got a few. So I know you got a few as well. Do you want to go first?
I don't mind. It's up to you.
Okay. So here's what. But I also want to mention on the stream. So because I was going to transition to something else, but we'll do this. Next.
Sure.
I was going to ask, do we want to talk about any video games for Jurassic Park?
Oh yeah, we can. We can definitely do that as well. Yeah.
Because I've only got a couple because I think a lot of the games I missed out on. However, the ones I did play, I really liked. So I was going to ask that. And then after that, we've got a bunch of memes to get through.
Yes, we do.
Okay. So, but before we do that, we'll go ahead and do the dinosaur thing, and I'll let you go first.
All right. I have quite a few dinosaurs that I'm incredibly fond of. My favorite, I think, of all time, ever since I was a kid, the Carnotaurus. I don't know what it is about this dinosaur that just stuck with me from the moment I saw it.
It's a devil T-Rex, of course.
Yeah, I just fell in love with it, and I will say, seeing it in Fallen Kingdom was great. I was very happy to see it in Fallen Kingdom, even though it was there for like literally a minute before it got fucking murked by the T-Rex. I was just happy to see it there. Another one that appeared in Fallen Kingdom that I love, Baryonyx. It's a Spinosaur that actually comes from the UK, which is doubly fun. But I don't know what it is about the Baryonyx that I like more than the Spinosaurus. It's just so small.
He's sophisticated animal.
He's so small and sophisticated. It's just it doesn't have the big spine, but it still has like the menacing look of the Spinosaur that I just love. And another one that's a little bit more obscure, probably for most people, the Therizinosaurus. That's it's a mouthful, but it's also a fucking hilarious looking monster.
Yeah, you're gonna have to catch me up on that one. I don't think I've heard that one.
So the Therizinosaurus is related to the T-Rex, and it is essentially a giant bipedal herbivore with huge fucking claws on its front two arms. So it's got big front arms with three massive claws on them that it used for defense. It was beaked, so it would eat plant matter. It was standing upright. It was about as tall as a T-Rex as well, so it wasn't short by any means. It was huge. And I don't know what it's just so goofy looking, but so threatening that I love it. It's like a giant murder turkey.
I gotta see this thing.
It's so cool looking.
I'm gonna later on just because I'm curious what that would pull up. I'm gonna put into the search engine murder turkey, just see what comes up.
Murder turkey. But yeah, if you want to know how to spell it, it's THE RIZINO and then Saurus.
Okay. I'm definitely looking that up. So do you got any more?
I do like the Ceratosaurus. Which is so related to the Carnosaurus and the Allosaurus. It's that one it's got the big horn on its nose. It's the theropod with the horn on its
Actually,
nose.
I actually think that was in Jurassic Park 3, if I'm not mistaken.
I might have shown up. I don't remember. I know it was in Jurassic World, and it was also in Jurassic World 2. Briefly, very, very briefly, it shows up. But it's really it's I don't know what it is about it. Again, I think it's just the horn. I think I like the predators with horns, and it's just there's something about it. And I also love the giant fuckers. So I think my last one is the Carcharodontosaurus, which is an African theropod that was related to the T-Rex. And it was about the same size, if not slightly bigger. It and the Giganotosaurus would both hunt down like sauropods to eat in packs. It was a theropod that hunted in packs, so it was pretty fucking.
So it'd be terrifying.
Yeah, you just have like 4 of them charging at you. And of course, living in Africa, it also would come into contact with Spinosaurus. So they did actually have a lot of fights for territory. But yeah, those are my main dinosaurs, the ones that I love the most.
Alrighty. I suppose I'll go next then. I'll get the one out of the way that is a very basic and obvious known one, but I really do still love the Tyrannosaurus.
Oh yeah,
it's as a kid, it's the big main dinosaur, so you love it.
Yeah.
But, as I've also looked into like the scientific like biology and stuff of it, it's like this was like an apex predator of its time. And it's even though it was not the smartest for its brain size, this thing was actually pretty intelligent for what most animals of its nervous system would probably allow.
Yeah.
And I'm also just I'm very especially like when you look at like the the anatomy of it, like how everything would be placed and stuff. It's like it evolved knowing that it's got huge heavy placements in just one area and the other.
Yeah.
So it's like you see that its hips and such are made so it balances the weight when it's walking.
Yeah.
And it's just interesting because it's almost like you could almost look at it from an engineering standpoint. It's like it's almost genius how it's able, this huge hulking animal is able to balance itself.
Yeah, it's got that massive head and then a massive back end of its body, and they just perfectly balance each other out so it doesn't.
Yeah, but what's interesting is like the beginning of the tail is very, very fat, but that tail gets really skinny really quick. If you guys have ever looked at the skeleton of a Tyrannosaurus, so it's like it had to have more than just the tail to balance it out. So that's what I was talking about. It's like you look at other things like just in the way that it walks and everything, like its legs and hips. There's a lot of bones that suggest that there's muscles and tendons and such that literally only exist to keep this thing from falling over.
Yeah, it had a very wide gait as well for a creature of its size.
Yeah, so so to me it's like it still remains my favorite dinosaur, one of my favorite dinosaurs, but it's because of what I learned about it's one of those things where it's like you look at it, you're like, evolution is really crafty.
Yeah.
So yeah, Tyrannosaurus is one of my favorites, but one of my maybe not obscure, but one of my favorites is also Oviraptor.
Yes,
I love Oviraptor so much. I think it looks cool. I think that and the thing is, it's like once you read into like what its behaviors probably were like, oh my gosh, this dinosaur must have been the biggest asshole in the existence of dinosaurs.
Yeah. I think the interesting thing about Oviraptor for me is the what has essentially become the misnomer of its name, because obviously its name means egg thief, because it was always found with eggs, leading people to believe that it stole and ate them.
Mm-hmm.
But now we know that the eggs that we were finding Oviraptor with were
Oviraptor eggs.
They were Oviraptor eggs because they were the first ever fossilized evidence of roosting,
Mhm.
and a dinosaur actually nesting on a clutch of eggs. Meaning they didn't fucking steal shit. They would eat like normal raptors would. They were probably omnivorous. They would eat
But
both.
actually, here's the part that makes me really like them is the fact
Yeah.
that I was going to mention the misnomer name, but the
Mm,
thing is, when you look at its mouth and everything,
mm.
you could actually see also why you would think that it was an animal that would just steal from another animal's nest.
Yeah.
It's like its mouth makeup is something that you could see that would be made for breaking hard surfaces.
Yeah, it's got a piercing beak
But as you
or a
said,
breaking beak.
it's
Yeah.
it was most likely an omnivore, meaning
Mm.
what that actually probably is that it's got the mouth and the means to eat more than just meat.
Yeah, so it could eat the meat, but it could also like break open like large nuts. It could break open fruit. It could eat off of tree. It could carve off of a branch. It was a very sophisticated creature, very developed beak for what for what it ended up being. This tiny little thing. And I feel bad for it, It's been mischaracterized this whole time as this awful baby stealing monster when it's just looking after its own babies.
Uh,
I also like the fact that since it's a rooster, it's not
oh yeah,
too.
that as a
It's also
kid,
yeah,
that's what made me love it the most was the crest.
yeah, but it's also not too far fetched to suggest that they may have mated for life. Um,
That's yeah, much like the Canada goose.
yeah, because like it being the only example of such a behavior in dinosaurs at the time of it being discovered, it's not too far fetched to suggest that while one of the pairs stayed on the eggs to protect them, another one was out hunting for food for the both of them,
Mhm.
and that's kind of adorable. There was a raptor that did do that we know did that, and I can't remember. It was like an Oviraptor, but giant, and I cannot remember what it was called.
Um,
If I can find it, I'll let you know.
so my other dinosaurs that I like, my issue is that I don't know if I can say their names correctly, so I'm having to
Yeah.
type them up. And unfortunately, I'm sorry to say this, but my other issue is that I think technically my favorite quote unquote dinosaurs aren't really dinosaurs
Oh.
because my next favorite uh, uh, quote unquote dinosaur is uh, Dinosuchus.
Oh, the crocodile.
Yes.
Yes.
Because in real life, yes, as much as you see me along with bats and stuff, my favorite animal, I think, is actually the crocodile. I love crocodilians,
Yeah. I mean,
and
I don't blame you.
and
I don't
so and
at
so
all.
when you go back to the prehistoric times, and you find that that there was just this giant crocodile that was just eating dinosaurs.
Mm-hmm.
It's so cool.
I think one of my favorite things about the Deinosuchus, as opposed to like other crocodiles from that time, like the
Yeah.
Sarcosuchus, is that the Deinosuchus is just a crocodile. Like it's
Yeah,
not
no,
got
that's part of the
it's
reason why I like it.
yeah, it's got nothing fun. It's not like Sarcosuchus where it's got a really long nose, really long snout. It's not like some of the others that have like longer tails or weird ridges. It's just a fucking crocodile, and that is it. That's it. It's just
And
a
I know
huge
it might sound
crocodile.
boring, but as somebody who loves crocodiles,
No,
I
it's
just
so good. It's
yeah.
so good.
And
And
especially like the artist depictions, where it's like
mm,
this, freaking these giant dinosaurs just get
yeah,
pulled underwater by a
getting
crocodile.
absolutely decked by this crocodile, which is hypothesized to have been able to run upwards of 45 miles per hour,
Yeah, which is
like
insane.
at a full sprint. Could you imagine just like you're walking like a good distance away from a river, and then you just see
Yeah.
this thing leap out of the water at a full
And I just
sprint at you. You're like, oh, I'm fucking dead. I'm dead.
and here's the thing too. It's not just this one. I love almost all of the prehistoric crocodilians. I
Yeah,
just adore them. They're my favorites, especially any of them that and I can't name one because there's so many of them.
yeah,
So like I'll be so yeah one of my favorite like I love the ones that are like walking almost completely upright.
yeah,
And it's like there's even some evidence to suggest that some crocodilians could walk on their hind legs for a bit.
yeah.
It's like
It's
they're just the crocodilians from prehistoric times are just so cool.
well,
And
they're
actually, that's
closely.
like I'm like I'm writing comics with these one guys that do a bunch of stuff in mythology, and eventually since my comic deals a lot of Egyptian mythology, I'm going to be utilizing Sobek at some point,
Yeah,
and I'm planning on giving him like a body, so it's like he kind of looks like. I mean, he'll be beefed up. It's like I want to pull from these crocodilians that could walk on hind legs.
yeah,
Because it's like, oh, it's so cool that a crocodilian could walk on two legs.
yeah. I mean, they essentially would have just looked like Spinosaurs. Like Spinosaurs were pretty closely related.
Yeah, just without the
to the
dorsal fin.
crocodilians. Yeah,
Well, actually, some
they
crocodilians had not dorsal fins, but they had little lumps
They
on
had-
their backs.
they had a dorsal ridge. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, any prehistoric crocodilian that's gonna be on my list.
And I found the thing. It is literally just called a gigantoraptor.
Oh, okay.
It's just a giant oviraptor. It's like twice the size of a human being, but it's exactly the same. It's an omnivorous raptor that roosted and mated for life.
And I guess I'll name one more. Gosh, and the other thing too is, like I said, I'm a big guy into the water and fish and stuff. So
Yeah,
that's the problem. It's like a bunch of my favorite dinosaurs aren't even technically dinosaurs.
No.
So just any aquatic reptile from then. I'm not gonna bother naming them.
Well, one of the plesiosaurs.
Plesiosaurs, but also I think more so is surprise. I like the more stout crocodilian ones. The ones that are just basically, orcas with a crocodile head.
Mosasaurs.
However, I've forgotten their family name. Yeah,
Mosasaur. It's a mosasaurs.
yeah.
They are the.
I
huge
love
ones.
those things. I love them so much.
Yeah, they're fucking terrible.
Which they had one in Jurassic World. That was kind of cool.
They did. They did the Mosasaurus, which is the iconic.
However,
one.
once again, this gets into some issues because how did the mosquitoes get that?
Who fucking knows? Who?
Well, then again, they were not breathing water. They were much like aquatic mammals today.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they had to come up for air quite often.
So yeah, those are my favorites. And as you can tell, we both will dork over our favorite. Dinosaurs. All right, so we've gone over the favorite dinosaurs. Do we want to go on to the games and then the memes?
Yeah, we can go on the games.
So I don't have a lot of games that I played because I think I just missed a bunch of them.
Yeah,
but I do remember my first Jurassic Park game, which was actually the first Jurassic Park game, I believe.
Yeah,
that I loved to death was Jurassic Park for the Sega Genesis.
Okay, I never had a Genesis, so I can't attest.
Yeah, it was really cool. It was also kind of scary because of the graphics and the sound and everything. I mean, the cool thing though was like it brought the dinosaurs. It's like it photocopied them pretty much, just in pixelated form.
Oh yeah, I've seen some videos of this.
Yeah, so the graphics were really good for the time, and you could play as the Velociraptor or Dr. Grant.
Yeah,
so kind of cool. You got to pick, which one you wanted to play as. It was kind of cool because Dr. Grant would have, all the different tools you could use, and then the Velociraptor. It was just, you were a Velociraptor, so it's like
a Velociraptor.
You were just you were just you were just an apex predator wrecking up the park,
Yeah.
So that was fun. And yeah, like I said though, as a kid though, it was pretty scary. It was, kind of creepy.
Oh yeah.
Because they didn't have much happy-go-lucky music. It's like I think the intention was to be on the scarier side. So yeah, that was.
Yeah.
I even think that I might consider that one of my favorite games as a kid. Then there was another game that I played, A Lost World, in which you played as a compy, and you were just running around the park pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah, there wasn't really much more to it than that. So now
Yeah, I
there are
found
other
it.
computer games as well that I played
Mm.
as a little kid. Like there was one like called Dino Defender and Danger Zone and stuff like that.
Oh
But they were
yeah.
more lighthearted and stuff. I probably wouldn't enjoy returning to them now as an adult. They're more
Yeah.
on the toddler side for games.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah, I enjoyed all those.
Mm.
No, but I do remember something I probably would enjoy playing again in that game. I don't remember his Danger Zone or Dino Defender, but they had a Raptor face off mini game in which
All
it was
right.
just a fighter game but with raptors.
Okay, that does sound pretty fun.
Yeah, I don't think I would mind returning to that.
Yeah, that sounds pretty good.
But yeah, so those are all the games that I can think of, and I've
Yeah.
done.
I'm in the same boat. I can only really think of two that I remember playing.
Mm-hmm.
One is, I believe it's the Telltale. I think it was Telltale Jurassic Park game.
Okay.
Which is pretty fun. There's so many ways to fuck up and die a horrible, gruesome death for a Telltale game. Like there's one bit where you have to jump away from a T-Rex, and if you fuck it up, like because you're like the main characters are a dad and his daughter, and when you're playing as a dad,
is this the one that came out recently?
No, it came out ages ago. This is old.
Old
okay.
Game. Because I thought they came out with a newer game that that
they might
had
have
the same
done
premise.
They might have done, but
I can't remember because I don't know what it's called, but it's like it has new graphics and such. I can picture it in my head, and the weird thing is, it sounds like your exact same synopsis because like the dad like works on Jurassic Park. And it's essentially a story that you don't see in the movie, and he's got his daughter with him, and they're like, they're there when like the shit hits the fan.
Yeah,
at Jurassic Park.
it's I believe it was Telltale. I'll double check.
So am I thinking of the same game?
You probably are. Yeah, okay. Telltale Jurassic Park.
I just when I say it's new, I'm putting it in comparison to the Jurassic Park games that I played.
Yeah, it's 2011, so it was 11 years ago. But yeah, so you've got 4 playable characters, which is a dad who works there, his daughter, a mercenary sent by InGen, and a security guard, I think he was. And one of the deaths that always sticks with me in that game is when you fuck up as the dad trying to get away from the T-Rex, and it just literally bites you in half as your as your daughter watches in horror.
Oh, no, I think I remember one that was even worse than that. If I'm thinking of the same game, I think that like the Triceratops will like shish kebab you, and then the T-Rex bites down on you.
It does. That is another one.
Oh God, it's kind of Jesus. It's really gruesome when you think about it.
I remember that game. I actually really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
It's another one. You could the little girl. You can watch you could be playing as a little girl, fail a quick time event, and watch as your dad has to look in horror at you getting chomped in half by a T-Rex as well. It was really like horrible, like really violent, but it was good. It was really good, and it took place at the same time as the first movie because there are things you can find, like you can find Nedry's corpse.
I'm wondering if I should. I wonder if I should check out this game because unfortunately, I loved the look of it, but I never played it.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it, so I would recommend it. And the other Jurassic Park game I played is the Jurassic World Evolution, which is essentially Roller Coaster Tycoon, but you're making Jurassic Park.
Okay, I'm sold. I'm sold already.
It's really fun. They just brought out the sequel, like the beginning of, I think it was either the very end of last year or the very beginning of this year, where now you can have aquatic dinosaurs. Now you can have plesiosaurs, mosasaurs, and pterosaurs. So they've just added even more like different things you can put in your park. And yeah, the goal is, unlock, find more fossils and DNA so that you can make more dinosaurs, and then put them in the park, but try not to let the park fucking you have to manage the systems, watch out for weather reports so that you can put the place into lockdown and shit, just so that dinosaurs don't get out and eat people.
Okay.
It's really fun. I really, really enjoy it. In fact, talking about Jurassic Park today has actually made me want to go back and play it again. So I probably will play it again over the next week before I go back to class.
I mean, I gotta watch the movies now again, and
yeah,
I'm tempted to grab one of these games you've mentioned.
Definitely
unless
recommend.
I can get an emulator for the Genesis game, you can't really return to it.
But yeah, no. I just have fun making the parks in the Jurassic World Evolution, and it's so difficult to not let shit hit the fan. I remember I was playing one time and I got a rainstorm came and I was like, okay, I'll just put the place on alert. I won't close down. It'll be fine. Then a fucking hurricane rolled in, took out my generator, and all the doors lost power. So the fucking T-Rex got out and just mauled 100 guests to death. And I had to fucking I bankrupted the park because I had to pay out so much fucking insurance for all the people I killed, all the people the T-Rex had murdered. And then I finally, I unlocked the ability to make the Indominus Rex, and I was like, oh, that's cool. I'll see how that goes. Immediately broke out of its pen and killed people. I was like, oh, I guess I'll just throw it away. I'm not dealing with this mess. But it is super, super fun.
That does sound fun. I might have to look into that. I'm more interested in the first game you mentioned, though.
Yeah, the Telltale one. Yeah.
Okay, we'll have to look. I'll have to look up what the name of it is.
It's just, I believe it's literally just called Telltale's Jurassic Park.
Oh, okay, cool. Shouldn't be hard to find then.
Yeah, Jurassic Park the game is what it's called.
Okay. All right. So now, though, let me read the comments. Then let me let my dog out really quick, and then we shall move on to the memes. And then I think that after the memes, we could start wrapping this up.
Yeah.
Okay. But it'll be a bit for the memes because I got a bunch. And then, of course, send any memes that you might have my way. And
I'll have a look.
Yep. Okay. Chronic says, I always wanted a high-tech camping van like in Lost World. So did I. That thing was cool. It was a laboratory on wheels. And then Burning Exeter. Hello. Nice to have you here. It says, the first is a Stone Cold classic. I've grown to like the second and third one over years. As for the fourth and fifth, let's pretend they didn't happen. Yeah, I'm with you there.
That's fair.
Compy was my favorite dinosaur to play in the video game PS1. I think that's the one that I was talking about. The Lost World video game. If that's that might be what I was talking about.
Yeah.
Unless someone's talking about a different game. Okay. Also, we're a favorite dino of mine because Death by 1,000 Nibbles sounds scary as shit. I think you were saying that too, Keith.
Yeah, it is. Fuck getting chomped in half by a T-Rex. That's one way, but that's instantaneous. I'm dead. Those bastards will nibble on me for hours before I finally cock it, and that's terrifying.
All right, and then Chronic says real dinosaurs are always cooler than made up ones. Yeah. I agree.
Yeah, that is true.
And then a lot of writers have no idea how to write good new things, so they have to destroy the old ones instead. Yeah, he was referring to when I was saying they just destroy everything.
Yeah. That
we once had. Yeah, I agree. That's I always say that it's what I always said was that they are so they're so talentless. So out of a fit of jealousy, they just destroy those that they know they'll never be as great as. They destroy their work. Raptors are best boys. Raptors for life. Elbow cough. So it seems Chronic and Omen are both on Team Raptor.
Team Raptor, yeah.
Then, Omen just commented, says, yes, Salem,
Yeah.
Lost World is the game. I swear I remember playing as T-Rex and Raptor 2 later, though. I may have, but I think that I struggled so much that I may have not gotten that far until far, far later. So what I'm probably only remembering is the one that I played the most as, which was the Compy. This is bugging me now because now I kind of want to play that game because I want to see if I remember playing the other dinosaurs. Okay, so now it is the Keithyboy show for 2 seconds because I need to let my dog out. Don't say anything bad about me. That'll hurt my feelings.
Oh, I won't. I would never. Well, I have unfortunately come bearing sad news to anyone who might have wanted to play the Jurassic Park Telltale game. I'll bring it up when Salem gets here. But, that sucks, man. You kidding? It didn't have French audio? Damn, imagine being French. Sucks. English and German, that is it. That's all you get for your audio. Oh, that's really sad.
All right, I'm back. I'm sorry about that.
That's all right.
So what happened on the Keefe show?
I discovered some bad news regarding the Telltale Jurassic Park game. After Telltale got liquidated, the fucking the publisher for the Jurassic Park game pulled the game from Steam, so you can't buy it anymore.
There's gotta be some hard copies somewhere.
Yeah, if you can find a hard copy, then definitely.
This is why we don't go full digital, people.
Well, if you own it, if you own it, you still have it and you can still play it, but you can't buy it digitally anymore.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. It's like that's the danger of having things only digital, is the fact that once it's gone, it's gone.
Yeah. Oh, I found it on Amazon for like £6. Jesus.
Sweet. Okay, so now for the memes, and because I got so many pulled up, what we're gonna end up doing is I'm just gonna share my entire screen and I'll just click the tabs as we go.
Aye.
Alrighty. And then while we are looking at the memes, if anybody has questions for us, or like you want to make comments or like ask questions about the franchise or favorite stuff about it, or something that we didn't cover that you think would be interesting to hear about, ask us while we're
scrolling through memes,
perusing through some of these memes. I'll stop after every few memes and check the chat. But yeah, and also make sure that you direct the question at both of us or one of us.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see here. Share screen. Okay, like I said, I'm going to share the entire screen. So sorry about that. I'll get rid of that very soon. It's very creepy, I know. Actually, before we do, here. This was the other piece that Keith made.
Final piece.
His love of dinosaurs clearly showing in this.
My dragon. I should draw more. Just draw more flat dinosaurs. I love dragons, but I'd love dinosaurs too. I should really do some more shit.
All right, so now let's move on to the memes. I arrive at the park. Dinosaurs released. Tits out. Life finds a way.
tits out for the T-Rex, baby.
I'm forcibly airlifted from Jurassic Park.
It can't contain me. Oh my god! I fucking love. I just so shameless. I'm just there with his shirt out. I just love that. I love that scene. Fuck my life. It's so stupid.
Me, hang single picture on the wall. Girlfriend, you did it. You crazy son of a bitch. You did it.
All right. I feel personally attacked. Just because I don't put shit on my walls doesn't mean nothing.
I have the opposite problem. I love to put shit on my walls.
I have my room is barren. It drives Emmy mad because she likes to have stuff She likes to have all of her stuff around, and I'm so uncluttered. I do not. I must see my wall, or I will panic. I need to see the wall. I should really hang some more shit up though. To be fair. Oh,
I'm sorry, I'm listening.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I heard myself because of their stream.
No, you probably did. I was pulling up my phone so I could keep an eye on the chat.
No,
I can't see it while
it's
I'm
fine.
doing this. Okay. Next one. Retired.
What? What?
Some of these I didn't see. I just grabbed a bunch of them. So
that is a fucking pizza, bro.
That is
fuck?
a pizza. Then of course your scientists were so preoccupied with whether or not they could, they didn't have to think of if they should.
I don't think I think I could even eat a slice of that. I'd die.
Yeah, holy shit! I just realized the slice goes all the way to the middle of the pizza.
Oh god!
They're not squaring it.
Oh god! It's like squaring. I mean, I get that that's probably what you would do with something that big, but that's just that hurts my brain. Cutting squares into a circle.
I mean, if there was ever a picture of diabetes, I think that's it right there.
Oh, she looks so just like despondent about the pizza. So life is flashing before her eyes. Oh my god!
I'm an army. We have a Hulk. We have a T-Rex.
I was gonna say like that's a real question. Who would win the fight, Hulk or T-Rex? Then I remembered that that the Hulk has fought a T-Rex, and yes, the Hulk won. And he
didn't face Roberta though.
It's true, he did not face Roberta. What about if we gave Roberta the Venom symbiote like an old man Logan?
Oh, that'd be so cool. That would be so cool.
Yeah.
I've seen this before, but
that's pretty well photoshopped as well. It's not terrible. That's stupid.
The T-Rex is looking at her like, what the fuck?
What the fuck are you doing? Well, it never clicked just how tiny the T-Rex's arms are in Jurassic Park.
Oh yeah.
Holy shit, they're so gangly.
Now readers, oh, I thought you were dead. Malcolm, my death was greatly exaggerated. Yes, it's like when you read the book, he really seems like he's dead.
He's just there. He's there. What do you mean?
Oh,
fucking good.
Oh, I'm sorry. Get one more second. I gotta let my dog in.
Oh, let the dog in. What the dog doing? Before you make a Krabby Patty, you must first understand the phrase.
All right, sorry again.
What the dog doing? Welcome back.
I'm sorry about that. Okay.
It's all good.
Let me take a peek at the chat. All right, I didn't see anything yet. Okay, and like I said, guys, leave your questions here because I mean we got a lot of memes here, but as soon as we're done with them, I think that we're gonna wrap up.
Yeah, we'll call it. Right, what's next? No.
Tony, some of yours don't think I really killed this prop. LOL.
I think I've actually seen this image on like Facebook, and it did trick people.
Yeah.
Who just weren't paying attention.
You know what this reminds me of? This pisses me off so much. You're talking about how dumb the general public is.
Yeah.
I forgot what the video was, but there was a video. This guy was going around asking if we should stop the hunting of rhinoceroses.
Yeah.
And he showed a picture of a triceratops.
Yes.
And people thought he was being serious.
Yeah.
Well, I can't. I freaking can't.
You throw a pretty basic topic, but you throw the curveball of the picture. Most people won't pay attention.
Oh
it's just how it is.
Hey, man.
But yeah, fucking, I love this picture. It's so stupid.
Me, I'm into dinosaurs and really like Jurassic Park. Time Traveler. The movies or the actual park? Me.
You fucking what?
Yeah, that would be my face too.
That'd be pretty fucking. I think I'd be more terrified than intrigued. Like
but that's what that face is. It's
yeah, actually, yeah, that's very intriguified. Yeah. Oh no. Back fell over. What's this?
Hey, remember the last movie we did together? I don't remember being in the movie with you before.
Oh no.
That's cute. That's funny.
Dilophosaur. I was so disappointed when I grew up and found out that Dilophosaurus didn't have frills.
Oh yeah.
That I've been lied. I was lied to. I can't. Whoa, hang on a minute. I just saw what's on the screen.
Oh my god.
Life
finds
finds a way. Certainly will find a way. Put some frog DNA in the lions.
No, I was like, why in the hell do we not have more lions? Oh, they're fabulous. I see.
Oh, they're gay.
Me, last couple chips in the bottom of the back.
Yeah, it's pretty accurate. Yeah, I forgot that fucking pilot got eaten though.
Could today possibly get any worse?
Oh, I hate that pun, bro. Puns bring out visceral pain. Oh my god.
Excuse me, you have a moment to talk about our creator, Dr. Wu.
No, Dr. Wu. Look at him go.
Oh gosh, even in that scene when it's running towards him, it looks real.
It looks pretty good, yeah.
Yeah.
It's the motion blur really helps.
I tell you what though, I do have Jurassic Park on Blu-ray, but I have to say, watching it on VHS, if you guys still have it on VHS,
if you still have a VHS player,
it looks even better, honestly.
Yeah, because the film, the film
grains
quality,
help it essentially blend in better.
Yeah, that's the issue with when they bring out these Blu-ray versions of old films. You really notice the terror, like the CGI way more if they use it.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't look
very scary. I'm about to end this child's whole career.
I've never met a child who didn't who didn't hear about velociraptors and think immediately that was terrifying. Like what is
it? Looks like a 6-foot turkey.
It's this kid built different though. Like I respect it. Man, the kid is built different.
Well, here's the thing, kid. Have you met a turkey? Because here's the thing. I've gone turkey hunting, and I had a turkey literally jump right up in front of me while I was hunting, and it scared the shit out of me.
Oh yeah, fuck they are.
You make that a 6-foot turkey? I'm sorry, I'm terrified. I'm gone.
I mean, chickens are scared when they full pelt at you. Honestly, chickens are scary when they full pelt at you. They can run when they want to. And they run with such malicious intent.
Yeah, and a turkey is not malicious. When it's running, it's not malicious intent. It's like, it's kind of crazy. No matter what object is in front of them, they're going to run in the exact direction they want, and they're going to jump over every little thing that they can.
Yeah.
And a lot of people, there's this misnomer that turkeys can't fly. That is BS.
Oh no, they can fly.
They can fly, and they can fly pretty high and pretty far too.
Yeah. But I remember one time I did get run at by a chicken, and it was running to get close to me, not to actually hit me or anything, but as it just sprinted at me, I thought if I turn my back, it's probably gonna start scratching me. I think I'm just gonna stay still and see what happens.
You had that terrifying experience. Here's what kills me though, is that because I go hunting a lot. Ironically, my favorite thing to go hunting with is birds, because that's what I have most success in. But I also enjoy the challenge a lot more. Well, turkey is a lot different because they're not flying all the time. They're on the ground most of the time.
Yeah.
And here's the funny thing, though. I've not gotten a turkey yet, and I feel like I need to get a turkey at some point, because the closest I ever gotten to a turkey was it essentially attacking me.
Yeah.
And so it's like, well, now I feel like there's a scoreboard, and I'm not on the winning end of it.
You've lost the fight with the bird.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's not like it attacks you. Like a taxi attacks you, so it's not like he has a badass scar or anything. It's just it got away. It scared me and got away. It's like I can't live with that.
Got to have a better win rate than Australia.
Yeah. Oh God. Poor emu war veterans.
2-0 to birds. That's it. Oh no! I don't. Oh, that's so. Oh, that's painfully accurate, and I hate that.
I like
Oh,
that. That's funny.
you know, if they ever do remake that show, they should get him to voice the dad as
No,
a
you know what's
callback.
gonna be funny is if you look it up, and he did voice it.
Yeah, that
Because I
true.
forgot the actor's name, but he is in a lot of stuff.
He is in a lot, yeah.
I don't know if I want them to remake it right now
No.
because
No, of course.
I feel like they would try to make it woke and just no.
I don't. Yeah, no, I don't recognize him in like most things because ever since like Jurassic Park, he lost so much weight that I
Oh
just
yeah.
never recognize him.
Yeah,
when he's in the film.
other than this, the other thing I remember him mostly for is being the guy in Toon Squad
Oh
from
yeah,
the original Space Jam.
yeah. I remember now.
Jurassic Park, but the dinosaurs of the
That source
90s.
from the
Yeah, these
Like,
are, I think my favorite one is the Dr. Grant one.
yeah.
That is probably one of my favorite characters from that show. To this day, I think one of the funniest things I ever heard was when the dad comes in. He's like, the end of the world is coming up, and then the boss goes, "We'll worry about that in the next quarter."
God's sake.
Uh,
Oh, I haven't seen this. I've only seen bits of the show when I was a kid. I do remember it though.
Facebook 2009. Facebook.
Yeah,
pretty much.
Yeah, it's how it feels.
I
Facebook's
I have a
awful.
Facebook for my writing account, but I deleted my real one, and I've even privated my real Facebook because it's too much, man. People just being too horrible.
I use mine for memes and to see how my fucking family are doing because they post pictures and shit.
Also, there's some people that's like I've gotten Facebook suggestions to, and it's like creepily enough because I've got a lot of people I know only anonymously online, and it's like I think Facebook just doxed you, but I'm not going to bring it up because I'd feel like a dick if I brought it up.
Yeah,
and I don't know, it's just Facebook is just bleh. But funny meme. Me trying to distract my kid to give my wife a break.
Yeah. It's pretty, That's fucking.
You're so. Oh my god!
What is that?
That is a sandwich, with the buns replaced by chicken.
What? What?
Oh my god!
That's
essentially it's a diabetes burger.
So what have you got there? You got chicken. Is that ketchup or like?
Looks like barbecue sauce.
Or barbecue sauce. And is that what's that? Is that bacon?
Bacon.
And then a patty, and then
pepper jack cheese. And
then another chicken.
You were so preoccupied with whether or not you could. You didn't stop to think if you should.
Yeah, they shouldn't have. That's all. Oh, I hate the look of that.
Oh my god, that's almost as bad as the because KFC made like what was it called, like a double decker or whatever, and it too was like a sandwich that like got rid of the bun. They added like fried chicken for it instead.
The thing is, right? I don't doubt that might actually taste nice. If
you're not wrong, but I think
there's
some foods that do taste good, but it's like the idea.
It's the principle. It's the principle. Yeah. You don't do that. I don't care if it tastes good. You just don't do this. Oh my god!
What's up, bro? What's up?
It's so stupid. I hate it so
now much. I want Chris Pratt to voice a guest character on South Park like they did in the early days.
So they can do that.
Here, let me look at the chat really quick.
Oh my god, that's so dumb.
Okay, Chronic has a question.
Oh, Chronic has a question. What's Chronic's question?
You have the chance to visit the park, but there's a 50% of the dinos escaping while you're there. Would you risk it? Yes. Yes, I would. And I'll tell you why. Because right now, I am single. There's not too many people behind. So it's like, if I die, at least I get to see dinosaurs afterwards. And there's nothing. So it's like, it's like safe. It's like, I I don't have to worry about too much damage being done to other people with my absence. But and the other thing too is like, I'm sorry, but it's also, this is gonna sound horrible, but it's like, hey, everybody's running from the island. It's all free for all. I'm gonna go to the souvenir shop really quick. I'm gonna grab a few things for free.
Just gonna loot the souvenir
Yeah,
shop.
Hey, maybe a little rat dinosaur, could slip into my pocket. Who knows?
You like that? You like that guy in Jurassic World where like all the pterosaurs are descending upon the park.
Oh, he gets up with his drinks or
gets
whatever.
up with his drink. He just runs away. I mean, I was gonna say.
In all seriousness, I would not be like being overly greedy like that. Like, obviously, I'm going to value my life, and there are people that I would, that I, would hurt if I were to go away. So I was mostly being, just a smart guy there.
I was gonna say,
like, in all seriousness, it's like 50% to see dinosaurs. I'll take that chance.
Yeah,
because
I'll die,
unlike a lot of people in horror movies, I would hope that I'm not that stupid.
Yeah. I die a happy man, having lived to see dinosaurs come back.
So what about you, Keith? Would you do it?
Oh, is my thing not working? Is it hello? Can you hear me?
Oh, no, I can hear you.
Oh, okay, yeah, I just said yeah. I would. I'd say yes because at least I'd die a content man.
Yeah. Also, it's like I know that in the Jurassic World movie they play it up as like, it's for the kiddie area. But it's like, I'm sorry, I'm riding a baby brachiosaur.
Yeah, fuck you. I'm riding that motherfucker. You ain't gonna stop me.
There's that really stupid creationist museum here in America in Kentucky.
Wait, what? Really?
Yes.
That's a thing?
Yes. They've got like a Noah's Ark that's made to it's like the correct dimensions as like in the Bible and Torah and such.
Oh, okay. I mean,
but the thing is, there's one is expensive as hell too to visit.
Oh, yeah, sure.
It is all stupid. It is so stupid. But they have a miniature dinosaur with a saddle on it, which you can climb on and take a picture with.
Oh, bro, worth it. Worth the fee. I don't care. I'm getting on that motherfucker.
I know, but it's funding the dumbest people on planet Earth. But it might be worth it to get that picture, man.
I want that picture.
It's a Triceratops too, so it's like you could pretend like you could feel like you're going into battle on a Triceratops. It's so cool.
I'll do it. I'll make a day of it. I'll come in like full like Crusader attire.
There you go. Just skip everything in the museum. Just go straight to that dinosaur.
And then sit on it, take a picture, and then leave.
I see it. Somebody has commented. Oh, Omen said Costa Concordia wreckage, except Salem looting the dinosaur. Dinosaurs,
Basically.
Oh God. Okay, let's continue on with the games. And then once again, guys, keep dropping the questions. We still got a little bit to go. Took me a while to realize those aren't tiny brontosauruses.
Yeah, little lemurs. They're lemurs.
Are they? Though, look at their heads.
Yeah,
like these weird long snouts.
Yeah, not all. The only lemur that looks the way you probably are imagining one is the ringtail lemur. Most other lemurs have.
I didn't know that primates could have like a long snout like that.
Yeah.
Okay. Because at first glance, I thought they were house cats.
I believe it's it's like North African lemur. I think it's I've seen them in the zoo. That's why I know they exist. I can't remember what kind of lemur it is, but I'm pretty sure it's a lemur because the way their tail is. But yeah, they do kind of look like little brontosauruses.
Me storming Area 51 and finding a vault filled guys. Welcome to Jurassic Park.
I'm a motherfucker. I'm Nedry. I'm gonna Nedry that motherfucker. Give me all the
except instead of the Dilophosaurus in Area 51, it's your anime monster girl waifu.
Oh no. She's coming with me too. Fuck it. Fuck that.
No, she's either gonna eat you or she's gonna ride you and kill you that way. Either way, it's not a good way to go.
Well then, that is distressing. I'm going there, save my alien homeboy, take a bunch of dinosaurs with me. We ride in dawn. Oh fucking goddamn! I saw this picture so often. Back when the fucking election was on, it was everywhere on my Facebook.
Oh my gosh! What the hell?
It's horrifying.
Like the picture alone is scary enough. Then you put it next to the Velociraptor. You're like, gee.
She has so many like pictures of like freeze frames of her face where it's just stretched to weird like lengths.
Yeah, like
I don't know.
Okay, politics aside,
she has some weird facial expressions.
Her face is just too animated for somebody.
It's so animated. It's really, really creepy. But
when you put it next to the Velociraptor, it's like
it's pretty funny. Yeah. That's a very happy-looking Velociraptor, though. I'm happy for him. I don't know why he's smiling, but I'm happy for him.
I think the Velociraptor is also a happier thing than the person.
Oh yeah.
Clever girl. Give her all the compliments you want. She'll still eat your face off.
No, if I compliment her hard enough. Maybe.
So that's the issue. He never complimented her hard enough.
Yeah.
If the opposite of pro is con, is the opposite of progress Congress.
God fucking damn it. That is such a, oh my god. What year is it?
I don't know. I mean, it's a nice little play on words. It's cute.
I know, but that meme, just seeing that meme format, I haven't seen.
Oh yeah, I miss Velociraptor. I that was one of my favorite memes.
Yeah.
Oh. First, you'll see who's behind the mask. Look in your eyes as you die. Clever girl.
Oh no.
Cute, I guess.
It's a fucking raptor. Spider-Man is a raptor, confirmed. Lizard person.
Swedish girls, Irish girls, Spanish girls, clever girls.
I don't know what it is about I don't know what it is about creatures with very clearly side-facing eyes looking straight forward. It's mildly terrifying.
Like, sure, because it's so narrow, but since it's probably to do with the pupils too, because they too are so narrow, you know exactly what they're looking at.
Yeah, they're not purely side on, but they're like 45-degree angle. But that's just, I don't like it. Don't look at me like that, please. It's like fucking Skyrim horses looking at you straight on.
Oh god, no! Those are terrifying.
That's just awful. I hate it's so terrifying. You sure the third one's yes? Let's figure out how to open doors.
Oh god, yeah, that actually is a great scene in the movie.
Learn how to open doors. Yeah.
However, the funny thing is, it's not funny when they open the door. It's like terrifying.
Yeah, it is. It is terrifying.
All right, and then of course, Keith, send me more memes your way if you would like me to pop them up.
I don't think I have any.
Okay, and then if anybody in the chat wants to send me a meme on Discord, or you could direct message me on Minds, you can do that as well. However, we are getting to the end, so we're probably looking to wrap this up pretty soon. And then this, I'll call it the second to the last call for if you have any questions or comments, put them in the chat now.
All right, what's next? There it is. Yeah.
Just
a little bit more compliments. Just saved your life. Just be a little nicer.
I'm not sure if I want to see a Jurassic Park anime though.
Yeah. Is there? No, there isn't one.
No. Okay, I take that back. Just for the meme factor, and if you were drinking, imagine a Jurassic Park dinosaur dating sim.
All right, I hate to break it to you, but that already exists.
No. That one that you're thinking of only has you going out with a T-Rex.
Oh no, there is also a dinosaur dating sim.
Oh, there is.
There is.
Oh god, I can imagine getting drunk with some people online or something, and that just being a blast.
Yeah, it's kind of along the same vein as like Hatoful Boyfriend, where it's just really weird. And that tank one. What's that tank one?
Oh, yeah, that's I
Where
don't
all
know
the
how I feel
girl,
about that.
all the girls are different tanks.
Like literal tanks or like tank
No,
fans?
they're literally. Well, you have the option of either anime girl or picture of tank. You get to you get
This
to choose.
this feels so wrong.
It's so it's weird, but it's hilarious.
And I see it. Somebody else. Oh, Omen commented there was a T-Rex dating sim. Yeah, I know about that one. But I'm
Yeah,
talking like Jurassic Park
I'm
theme.
pretty sure there is
Like you
a
walk in, all
dinosaur.
the dinosaurs are a potential, essentially a dinosaur harem game. That's what I'm looking for.
Oh god, oh
Just
god.
get really drunk and just enjoy your dinosaur harem game.
I'm pretty sure there is a dinosaur dating sim with multiple different dinosaurs. I don't know what it's called or where I've seen it, but I'm pretty sure I have.
All right, let's go to the next one.
This dude's just gonna. Yeah.
This is a great meme on its own that
Nobody
nobody
cares.
cares.
Yeah, it's such a good. It's a very good meme format. It stood the test of time. Nobody cares. Yeah.
Nice hat. What are you trying to look like, a secret agent?
He's
he's got a good point there.
He's got a point. No one's gonna give a fuck. Like this is before the age of Twitter. No one's gonna live tweet. Just saw a CIA man who's trying to fucking get illegal dino embryos.
And remember, guys, in the book, Donson is the main antagonist.
Yeah.
So don't put him up as just a meme fodder. He's actually pretty formidable in the book.
Mm. Another one. This guy wears the scumbag hat. See, nobody cares. Nobody cares. It's just funny meme hat. Huh? There, another one.
This guy grew up in the 90s.
Damn,
but at the same time, maybe it's gotta play. This is actually interesting. It's actually kind of plays to what I was saying earlier. It's like I'm kind of done with being in the 90s now.
Damn, bro, I can't believe my defining character trait of being born in the 90s doesn't pay off anymore. Damn.
You don't mind, like, you were born in the late 90s, correct?
I was born in the late 90s.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was born right in the middle of the 90s, 95.
Yeah. No, I'm late in that. Very tail end of the 90s. Oh no! Oh, no! That's real sad, bro. We
Jesus,
care. We care.
Well, let's stick a 180.
We care. Oh, you're so sad.
Don't worry, Donson. I care. I was trying to tell people you're an important character in the second book. We got a rapist and pedophile over there. It seems.
I mean, oh god.
This is a little too real.
That's a bit too heavy. Fuck,
It's true, but I think
it's
the
not,
fact that it's true is what makes it hurt.
Yeah.
Let's just move on.
That's my.
Oh, look, there we go. That makes things better.
End on a dragon.
Oh wait, that's gonna. I don't want that to be the last meme. Shoot.
Do we have any funnies? Do I have any funnies?
None that Ian Malcolm meme. Okay, well we can. Here, we can just scroll through just a couple of these.
Oh, look at him.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, a bunch of these. That's the problem. Because I was like, because I just grab a bunch of them, I would copy, then I would put them up in the separate tab, so I didn't see all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can just flip through some of these Ian Malcolm ones, but it looks like from just glancing at it, a lot of them just quote.
They are so. They're so.
It looks like that's what I'm. Draw me like one of your French girls.
Oh, anything for you. Anything for you, Ian Malcolm. And there's another draw me like when you.
Seahawks. We'll find. I don't get it.
I don't get it either. I think that they're a sports team. I know that much.
Oh yeah, no, they're a football team. Yeah.
There you go.
I got no interest in football, so.
Neither do I.
Or I guess American football.
Yeah.
Europeans.
Either way, I don't really have an interest.
You know what's funny though? You Brits keep yelling at us for calling it soccer. Guess what? The British are the ones who invented the word.
I know we are. I know
So
we are.
don't get mad at us.
I still think it's dumb. I think it's a stupid word. You've kicked the ball with your foot, call it football, but yeah.
Just don't get mad at us anymore when
No,
it's the British that did it.
Whoever invented that word, you're dumb. Don't care where you came from. This is a T-Rex one.
It looks like that some of the ones that we look like will come up too. I'm skipping the ones that just look like they're just quotes. But happy October 22nd birthday. Doc Brown and Ian Malcolm. It would take a flux capacitor and chaos theory to explain you, wouldn't it?
Wait, what?
Are they born on the same day, maybe?
I don't fucking know.
Chaos theory. The more complex the system, the faster and easier it breaks down as your government goes.
Oh, wow. God damn. I realized the Jurassic Park fandom was so fucking...
That's not taking one side or the other. That's just as a whole, and I can't disagree with that as a whole.
Fucking hell. I mean, yeah, shit is breaking down. Boy, do I
hate being right all the time. Yep.
That's a good quote. Yeah. That was basically.
Oh, wait a minute. Nope. What's truly fascinating is Dr. Ian Malcolm's quiet, maniacal laugh.
Yeah.
Oh, look, there's that one.
There's the pizza one again. God, that's so tiny. What the fuck? Meme was so small.
When a man takes off his shirt, is he half naked or half dressed? I don't know.
I mean, it depends on what he was last. You know, if he was dressed,
we arrest women when they're in public and take their shirt off, but we don't arrest men. So I think it's half dressed because maybe it's half naked is more suitable because the reason why you put the cuffs on the woman is because she's half naked.
I would say it depends on what you were last. You got your clothes on first, take off the shirt, now you're half naked. You had nothing on, now you've put your trousers on, now you're half dressed.
Okay.
Where you going? It's not
okay,
where
it's
where you're going.
It's the journey for you.
Okay. Yeah, exactly.
I'm not reading all that.
That's so much shit on a fucking meme.
It's like a leftist meme.
Yes, I love it.
Okay, funny thing, guys. I was actually going to make this the thumbnail, but I was going to put my head on Dr. Grant and put Keith's head on Ian there. The problem, though, was that both for the past few days, I've not been able to get my photo editor, and GIMP. Neither of them would run on my computer. I don't know what's going on, but I was unable to do that. So unfortunately, I couldn't do a funny thumbnail like I did when me, Omen, and Chronic were talking Bloodborne. Because I wanted to do a funny one, but maybe I'll make a funny one, then I'll share it on Minds or in our Discords and stuff.
I appreciate that you likened me to Ian Malcolm. That's a big confidence boost right there.
I figured that he was the bigger guy there, and you were the guest, so I'd go ahead and do that.
Late 90s Jeff Goldblum. I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
I'm not gonna.
No,
I'm gonna try to skip over the political memes too.
That's just a fucking cat. Oh, it's a cat with no arms. I was like, what the fuck is that? I was like, why is that? Why is
bad for laughing at it? But look at it.
It's adorable, but I was like, why is that quote underneath a picture of a cat? And I was like, oh, the cat's got no fucking arms.
My grandparents, when I changed the TV source from HDMI to HDMI,
crazy son of a bitch, you did it. Not in Japanese.
Yeah.
I play Jeopardy.
That's too
God,
tiny.
that's so compressed, bro. Who?
Too tiny again. Were you killed? Sadly, yes, but I lived. Ian Malcolm in the books be like, yeah.
I mean, real
it's
shit.
Essentially, yeah. Keith, if you ever read the book, get back to me on that because I want to know like what you think about Ian Malcolm coming back.
I really want to read the books
because in the book it really feels like he's dead.
Yeah. I will give him. I'll try and find it somewhere I can watch.
Oh, but I want that shirt. Oh my god, I want that shirt.
That is such a cool shirt. I actually would love that.
I want that. Oh god,
It's a red bubble. It's a red bubble.
Yeah, I probably can't afford it right now, but I will definitely put it on the radar. I put it in a new tab. In the novel Jurassic Park, and Malcolm says he only wears black because he believes his life is too valuable to waste thinking about clothing. In the films Jurassic Park, The Lost World, Jurassic Park, and Jurassic World, Fallen Kingdom, he primarily wears black.
That's a neat detail.
Yeah, and Malcolm actually, he also said like it's a more neutral color in the book, and I've kind of taken on to that because as I get older, more and more of my wardrobe is just black, except if when I'm going out and I'm gonna get dirty and stuff, then I got a bunch of stuff that I gotta dress as because I live in a very cold place. So a lot of my stuff has camo on it because all my hunting gear.
I mean, I have the similar sort of I really do not care to think about clothing, but instead of wearing all one color, I literally just much to the chagrin of everyone I know, I literally just open my drawer, pull clothes out.
The only downside to wearing black is if you spill something on yourself. Not immediately, but once it dries, it can stand out really bad.
Yeah. But I do not give a fuck. I will open my drawers, pull out clothes, put them on, and leave the house. I don't care. I don't care if the colors don't match. I don't give a fuck. I've got clothes on. That's what you want. What do you want from me?
Yeah, primarily for me, it's just I don't know. I don't like light colored clothing.
I don't either.
Yeah, so this is an interesting conversation.
Yeah.
This is a great one.
I am now by myself.
Talking to myself. That's chaos theory. That was a great scene. Chaos, everything chaos.
Oh, that's fucking.
I don't get it.
It's a My Little Pony thing. I believe that character is supposed to be like the embodiment of chaos. Okay. I know very precious little about My Little Pony through the people I know who are actually into that show.
Okay.
Nothing wrong with if anyone here is into My Little Pony. Nothing wrong with being into My Little Pony. Enjoy what you enjoy, but I do not understand.
Yeah, not my thing either. So
not my thing.
There's another one.
What is that even called? I need to know now what that is called.
I think it's called a double decker. I don't know what this is from. This doesn't look like KFC.
That doesn't look like KFC. oh yeah. He did. He.
That's good.
Yeah, that was for the Independence Day. Someone handed that to him and asked him his thoughts on it. He loves it.
I'm not reading all that.
There it is again. Oh, there's the gift. Yes.
Oh, life breaks free. Life finds a way. Okay, Bill Gates. Yeah, people certainly have done interesting things with it.
It's beautiful. It's truly beautiful.
You did it. You created son of a bitch. You did it.
Legit.
That's what Bill Gates is doing nowadays.
Making cat memes. That's where they all come from. God's sake. If you still would you just yes. Oh, hell yeah. That's a landscape, baby.
Okay, well, I think we've cleansed our palate a little bit of the one meme. So
yeah, we're reaching the dregs of the memes now.
Yeah, I'm not.
What the? Oh my god, that fucking picture of Jeff Goldblum on his shirt.
Well, which one? Oh.
I've seen that before. Someone has that on a shower curtain.
I guess that we should end on one more definitive meme. Just trying to find one because
life finds a way.
Wait a minute.
What?
Pizza Hut offers pizza with hot dogs and crust. Oh my god.
That's awful.
Oh my god.
That's terrifying.
Oh my god.
I don't like that.
Funny. All right. Well, let me look and see if we got any more comments. Last chance, guys. Send us a question if you got one, or send us a comment that you want me to read if you got one, and then we're gonna wrap it up. We're going for a long time. I'm glad that
Yeah.
I prepared this time because I didn't know how long it would go for. Because me, Owen, and Chronic, we went on for over 5 hours. So
Yeah.
on Bloodborne, so I was expecting this time, to go pretty long. But I like doing these because it's just fun to just dork out and just talk about stuff that we like. And I like that the reason that we're going for so long is because we got so much to talk about and enjoy and
Yeah.
such.
Yeah.
So
Exactly.
okay, okay. The last thing I saw was the tank dating sim was amazing. That was from Omen.
Yeah, it was. To
All right,
be
well,
fair.
it's got Omen's recommendation, I guess. Does it have your recommendation, Keith?
It's just the right amount of curse.
Okay. And that's chaos theory.
Yes, exactly. It is.
Okay. Well, I think
Yeah.
I don't see any more comments or questions, so I think we'll
Mhm.
go ahead and wrap it up. Um, so let me get back to getting this off the screen. There we go.
There we go.
Okay, so oh god, we're about to hit 4 hours.
I
Really
know. Look at
sweet.
that.
Okay, well, I guess Omen and Chronic hold the crown right now for the longest stream with dorking out over something. So
Yeah.
well, if it's you or them or somebody else, that record is still up there. Okay, well, so we'll call it here. It was very fun to have you on, Keith.
It was. It was really fun being on.
Yeah,
Thank
and
you.
so where can people find you if they want to catch up on your artwork or just hang around you in general?
Well, you can find me on my Twitter, which is something. What is my Twitter at? I don't use Twitter enough to even remember. At Keithyboy, with well, spelt more like how I spelled it here in the stream, but and a BOI at the end. I don't know. I can put it in the chat, can't I? There you go. Like that. And you can find me as well on Instagram at Kefman. And I have a YouTube channel as well, which I'm slowly starting to upload more and more on, for my art and my music.
Yeah, I actually
Um,
tried to put it on my featured channels link, but I came back to my YouTube channel one day and it was removed.
that doesn't surprise me. I'm so inactive. I tend to get delisted a lot because I
No,
don't
no, no, no.
post.
I'm talking like I featured it on my YouTube channel,
All right.
and it was
Oh,
just gone one day.
fuck knows. Um, but yeah, I mean, actually, you can see my YouTube because it's right here. Because I'm commenting on here.
Yeah,
Forgot about that. But
I'll
yeah,
go
you
ahead
can
and
find me.
I'll put it back on now that I see your link. So,
Yeah,
but I can't
but
promise it'll stay up because I don't know what happened.
no, that's all good. It's all good. But yeah, especially stay tuned to my YouTube because I have a song in the works that I'm just editing together now. So
All right,
I
cool,
should have that up within the week.
sweet. All right, so is Twitter, YouTube? Is there anything else that you want to plug, or is there anything that
Uh,
you're working on that you want to tell people about? Besides, I mean, you just
uh,
said the song.
Yeah, aside from the song, no, not really. I'm just I'm working on it slowly because I'm actually doing a nice big edited video for that with lyrics and everything. So it's taking a bit longer than I thought. I'm learning. I'm teaching myself Premiere and After Effects as I go.
Alrighty. So yeah, was there any other sites you had to plug or?
No, that's really all I'm active on right now.
Okay. So yeah, to find me, obviously, there's a YouTube channel here, but I'm mostly on Discord, but I'm on the internet way less than I used to be. So forgive me if people try to message me. I'm not there. But so yeah, you can if you see me through Discord, you can hit me up there. But but I'm mostly active on Minds. That's minds.com. And you can find me under count_Salem. And I'm debating whether I'm gonna get on. I've got an account, but I'm debating whether I'm gonna use it or not. But I do have a Getter. But like I said, I don't know if I want to use it yet because I want to see if it's like Minds where I can make it just primarily just art and writing stuff on my timeline. And if I can, if Getter can be the same exact thing and doesn't have a bunch of stuff going in there that I don't like, which is why I got rid of my Twitter.
Yeah.
I just couldn't stand the stuff that had nothing to do with what I wanted being in there. And also we'll have to see how the audience is for Getter, if they're going to be, kind to one another and stuff. Because on Minds, people are very chill. That's why I like it.
Yeah.
So I guess that was my sales pitch to Minds. I don't know why I went on, but so far for me, the best place to get a hold of me is Minds, or if you see me on Discord, then talk to me on Discord. Other than that, and I'll drop the link to Minds.
He is gone again, right at the end. It is me.
Sorry about that.
Oh God! What a time to disappear.
Yeah, forgive me. I went to go click on Minds to get the link, and all of a sudden but I forgot to exit the tab. So
I see.
But here I'm going to. So I'll post it in. So here. So yeah, there's my link to my Minds account. And I do recommend, if people don't have Minds, to give it a look. I really do enjoy it. It's as long as you don't go looking for stuff that you don't want to see. I don't ever see stuff that I don't want to see. So
yeah,
enjoy it. So yeah, you can reach me there, and Keith has plugged his places to go. So we can wrap it right here. Thanks for coming on, Keith.
all right, thank you for having me.
And of course, I'll need to think of something else to bring up again. And because there was actually a three-way tie amongst my choices I put up first, that never got, but there was like a three-way tie amongst some things I offered up. And what ended up happening was I took the ones that got the tie, put it up again, and some people changed their votes. So it turned into Jurassic Park. So that's how I decided on that one.
Yeah.
And what I had mentioned before was it was Jurassic Park, the Saw franchise, the Gargoyles cartoon, and the Hellsing franchise, the manga and anime.
Oh, right.
Jurassic Park one. So maybe I'll choose from one of those that didn't get selected for the next one.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking maybe I'll do something fresh and just pick something completely different, and then we'll see who pops on.
Yeah.
But okay, guys. So this is it's been fun. I really enjoyed doing this, and I hope to see you all in the next one.
Yeah. All right.
All right. Thanks. Later, guys.
Thanks for having me. See ya.
See ya.